Hello and welcome everybody, how's it going? My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz, and today I'll continue on the playthrough of a game called Grim Dawn on softcore difficulty with veteran included, playing as Infiltrator, combination between classes Nightblade and Inquisitor based around pierce damage and weapon pool skills, as well as auto attacks or auto attack replacers. Before I'm going to move on to adding such aspects as commands that you can utilize, mechanics, so on and so forth, I would like to emphasize several key factors. Just by watching this stream, you can accumulate chat points, which you can utilize to earn various type of rewards, such as highlighting your messages in chat, as well as learning a new word in Russian language, its definition and its meaning, plus requesting from me to follow you on Twitch or Twitter. As long as you're a content creator like me, I'm willing to do so. And you can also request a personal shoutout in chat in terms of highlighting your nickname during this stream segment. Additionally, I would like to emphasize that you can support this channel indirectly by beats, cheers, and tips in chat during the stream itself, directly via the Streamlabs donation or by Patreon link, and all of the stuff that you are going to do is going to directly went into the improvement of either the visual quality of future edited videos, the quality of the stream itself, whether it be video one or sound or whatever the case might be. So those are the stuff is not going to go in vain, as well as your name is going to be mentioned in future edited videos. Now, with that out of the way, I would like to emphasize that first and foremost, I am utilizing a mod called Grim Internals that allows me to auto pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components, as well as highlighting my HP bar, my enemy's HP bar, debuff icons on me and on them respectively. But the sole reason for me utilizing this mod is the graph called incoming DPS, which shows to what damage type my character is most vulnerable to, and I can play around my defensive components, upgrade one stat in favor of the other. You can definitely play this game without this mod, although it will be a little bit on the harder side when it comes to...
That skill's not ready.
when it comes to figuring the stuff like debuffs on your characters, as well as the damage type. And it's not like this mod requires some sophisticated installation, it's easy to install. You just have to download the archive and unpack it into your main folder and launch it instead of... use the game icon of this mod instead of the general game icon, you know, Grim Dawn one. Also, if you want to check out the specifics of this build that I have theory crafted by myself, like magical components and augments, as well as skill points allocation, devotion points allocation, gear, and all of that stuff, you can definitely do this by typing the command in chat called !build, and with the help of Grim Tools icon, not the icon, the link, you are going to click on it and see the exact stuff that I have just described. Perhaps you want to replicate something that I did, or you want to add something from your perspective. The option is there for you. And similarly, you can also do or utilize other commands, whether it be general ones to know more information about my PC specs that I'm streaming for, or in-game Grim Dawn commands to learn more information about some mechanics. But commands is just one way how can you find out more information. The other way is you can, and I actually encourage you to do so, express freely your statements in chat, your opinion about the game, about the character that I'm playing, about some of the mechanics that I have not mentioned and that I should touch upon, and from my part I'll do my best to either comment upon it or answer it. Now, with that out of the way, the purpose of the stream is to finish up the Elite difficulty, mainly the Forgotten Gods, the remaining of the Forgotten Gods content, main and secondary quest, as well as the roguelike dungeon called Tomb of Heretic. And then move on to the Ultimate difficulty. And along the way, I am going to comment, as with previous stream, on both languages, Russian and English, so in case there are some Russian speakers here or English speakers, don't be shy from asking something in chat or to freely express your take on it in terms of the gameplay or in terms of my explanation of the mechanics. Okay, I managed to acquire some blueprint. Yeah, when it comes to blueprints, you know what, guys, I should have checked when I just logged in into the game if the vendor in Ashes of Malmut DLC in Steel Cap District is going to have at his disposal the blueprint for a relic called Corruption. Because this is the missing link that I desperately need to be able to craft a better relic for me called Nemesis. I also have a blueprint for Belgotian's Carnage relic, which is the one piece of the equipment that this build is going to require to function at its best when it comes to endgame stuff. But in order for me to craft Belgotian Carnage, I need the previous part from it, and its previous relic, tier relic, and it's called Nemesis. So you see how the natural progression occurs when it comes to, at least from the point of view of pierce damage characters. First it was Zeal, then it was Slaughter, then you're going to have to pick up eventually and craft relic called the Nemesis one, and then you'd have to find the blueprint for Belgotian's Carnage. Okay, I need to explore the area to my left, because there I had managed to stumble upon, but had managed to see the treasure trove. Yep, not the treasure trove, but the hidden spoils chest. Alright, anything there? Nope. Also, before I'm going to move on to the introduction part with the Russian language, I'm going to say to each and every one of you who understand English or who speaks the same language, Happy Easter, guys. I hope you have celebrated or are celebrating this event to the best of the abilities that you currently have, especially in quarantine times, and I wish you from the bottom of my heart to have the best luck, the best health in the future times. Hopefully nothing bad is going to occur with each and every one of you. Right, I need to defeat this demon. Let's use the seal. Let's use it once again. I am going to comment upon how strong the Inquisitor seal is, especially on melee characters, when I'm going to explain the mechanical stuff, when it comes to items, so on and so forth. Okay, quest complete, Fate of the Bloodsworn. Oh, Bloodsworn, so those, it's just, you know what, guys, I had, after like 3 playthroughs, this is the third one of this game, like third character, I had managed to figure out perhaps like those are the Bloodsworns that you can free in Ashes of Melmoth DLC. You know, you can choose to kill them or you can choose to free them. And I always have chosen to spare their lives, and this is where they eventually have found themselves in terms of second DLC. I haven't paid that much attention to their names, especially that they are Bloodsworn, simply because I was visiting this area for the purpose of completing that optional quest and acquiring some extra experience, and that's it. Okay, here are our allies. Those are not meteors created by enemies. Alright, so I'm going to do the introduction part on Russian language, and then I'm going to figure the stuff that I wish to highlight in English language when it comes to sharing some interesting info on the character's mechanics, or just giving you some additional information that you might find useful to listen to and to know about. Всем привет, дамы и господа, и добро пожаловать на стрим по игре Grim Dawn. Играю на сложности софткор элита, играю за лазутчика, комбинация классов Ночной Клинок и Инквизитор, построенным вокруг проникающего урона, ВПСок и автоатак, либо же заменитель автоатак. То есть никаких атак с дальней дистанции или же больших атак по площади. К тому же, перед чем как я перейду к следующим объяснениям, мне бы хотелось заострить ваше внимание на том, что, смотря эту трансляцию, вы будете набирать очки чата, которые можно потратить для различных наград, таких как выделение ваших сообщений в чате, изучение слова на английском языке, его значение, его перевод с примерами, либо же запросить быть фолловером вашего Twitch канала, либо же Twitter странички, если вы создаете контент, как и я с удовольствием это сделаю. К тому же вы можете поддержать этот канал не напрямую во время трансляции с помощью Bits, Cheers and Tipsов, либо же с помощью Streamlabs донатов, либо становляясь патреонами по ссылке в описании. Если все эти вышеперечисленные опции идут напрямую на улучшение аудиокачества во время стрима, на улучшение улучшение визуального качества во время монтажных роликов, то есть чтобы все смотрелось хорошо и четко, чтобы вы знали, куда все ваши пожертвования идут. Теперь, переходя непосредственно к самой игре, я использую модификацию под названием Grim Internals. Она позволяет мне автоматически подбирать редкие предметы, какие-либо записки сюжетные, компоненты, отображать полоску моего здоровья под никнеймом, полоску врагов, здоровья врагов, также негативные эффекты на мне и на них, или позитивные эффекты. И самая главная причина, по которой я этот мод использую, это входящий урон, то есть график отображения входящего урона, который позволяет мне понять наиболее сильные и слабые стороны персонажа, за которого я играю, и позволяет мне манипулировать защитными компонентами, присыпками для достижения наиболее эффективного результата в плане атаки или же в плане защиты. Вы спокойно можете играть в эту игру и без мода, но этот мод просто позволит вам лучше понять механику этой игры, и вы сможете в вещах, которые наиболее эффективно влияют на ваш геймплей, разбираться легче, разбираться лучше. И от вас не требуется каких-то манипуляций в плане установки, просто качаете архив, распаковываете этот архив в корневую папку игры, запускаете с помощью иконки с мода, не с помощью иконки от игры. Вот и все. Также можете использовать, я вам рекомендую пользоваться командами, если хотите узнать побольше информации в плане механик, либо же в плане этого персонажа, то есть как он будет выглядеть на максимальном уровне, его распределение очков навыков, очков созвездий и так далее и тому подобное. Все список команд вы найдете внизу под описанием, пользуйтесь. Но не забывайте, что вы можете высказывать какие-то свои пожелания, какие-то свои вопросы в чате, будь то общего плана, либо же относящиеся к игре. Со своей стороны я либо прокомментирую их, либо отвечу на них наиболее подробно и информативно. И так же, как и на предыдущих стримах, я буду рассказывать информацию, полезную вам для понимания этой игры, на английском языке и на русском языке. То есть цель этого стрима — закончить прохождение на сложности элита, закончить забытых богов, основные задания, дополнительные задания и также рогалик, гробница еретика. Но опять же, прежде чем перейти непосредственно к объяснению каких-либо механик, хотелось бы поздравить всех с праздником, с Пасхой. Надеюсь, вы хорошо отметили этот праздник. Вам со своей стороны я желаю вам всего самого лучшего в плане удачи, в плане здоровья, чтобы ничего дурного, ничего плохого не было, не случалось с вами, с вашими близкими в будущем. И надеюсь, все в дальнейшем у вас будет хорошо. Что надо было, прежде чем продолжить выполнение этих основных и второстепенных заданий, проверить, есть ли чертеж реликвии. Привет и добро пожаловать на стрим. С праздником тебя. Надеюсь, отметил хорошо. Да, наверное, сейчас телепортируюсь в район в Мальмуте, проверю у торговца, есть ли чертеж реликвий, который мне нужен для ключевой реликвии Немезида на проникающий урон. Это не тот торговец, это вообще не торговец, вот этот человек. Нет. Да, хоть и Grim Tools показывает, что вот у этого торговца можно купить эту реликвию. Я на прошлом стриме, не знаю, раз 15 пытался перезаходить. Заходить обратно. И никакого, то есть не улыбнулась удача, и он не имел в своем распоряжении, в своих закромах реликвию, которая мне нужна. Я абсолютно все подготовил для того, чтобы скрафтить реликвию Немезида, но вот порча, то есть чертеж реликвии порча, мне до сих пор не выпал. Будет, конечно, не камильфо проходить дальше сложность абсолют, и не имея этой реликвии. Потому что у меня сейчас стоит бойня, реликвия на 35 уровень, а я, как видите, уже 94-й. Так, возвращаемся обратно к забытым богам. Да, вот видите, как я и говорил на предыдущем стриме, вроде бы визуально вот эти вот все эффекты, когда у вас кидается ядовитый снаряд, они выглядят одинаково, то есть как в начале игры, так и в каких-то дополнениях. Но что касается негативных эффектов, которые на вас накладывают враги, они разные. То есть, например, урон ядом, да, в течение определенного времени, или же снижение атаки и защиты. Потом есть снижение шанса попасть по противникам. также есть снижение вашего общего урона. То есть все это увидеть без Grim Internals, особенно со включенной функцией, то есть отображение дебафа, это тяжело. То есть сама игра, то есть встроенный инструментарий игры вам не позволит этого понять. Если только вы не изучили информацию на каких-либо других источниках, к примеру, тоже на том же сайте Grim Tools, где либо же на официальном форуме, на русском или англоязычном, где есть библиотека знаний, которая включает в себя описание негативных эффектов у противников, описание их типов урона и так далее и тому подобное. Но, опять же, новичок не будет сходу в этом разбираться, если только ему не посоветуют какие-то другие более опытные игроки. То есть, на мой взгляд, ему проще будет поставить этот мод и полагаться вот как раз на те параметры, которые я описал. То есть, чтобы лучше понять, к чему, то есть, что делает определенный вид врагов, к чему следует быть готовым и так далее и тому подобное. Так, это тотем второго уровня. Опять тотем зверей, которые мне, по сути, не нужны. Мне нужны жуткие. А со зверями я уже сказал, то есть, Купакабру вы здесь не встретите. Ни босса, ни Мизиду фракции зверей. Он встречается, если говорить за компанию, то только он в первом дополнении, и все.
Can't do that yet.
Так, наверное, сейчас расскажу больше про вот эти тотемы монстров. Им надо немножко разнообразия внести в плане описания механик, не только персонажа, но и того, что встречается в этой игре. А потом расскажу и на русском. То есть, вкратце, там свое мнение по ним, то есть, что вам следует о них знать. Неважно, если вы опытный игрок или новичок. Так как они вносят свой вклад для обоих типов игроков. Сейчас посмотрим, кто отсюда выйдет. Тут просто куча птиц. И все, по сути. Куча птиц и были пару динозавров.
That skill's not ready.
Right, so I decided to start the explanation of the mechanical stuff from Monster Totems. A little bit brief, in a brief fashion, because I have made a whole edited video about it and I cannot retell all the points that I have expressed in the video. So in case you wish to know the exact details, like not the exact but more details, I would definitely advise you to check later on that edited video that I had made about them. But even with that said, I think that Monster Totems are the good addition to new players or to experienced players, because they allow you to accumulate more experience throughout your campaign playthrough, find more blueprints easier, the stuff that you might miss, acquire more valuable items along the way, even if you do not have at your disposal such access to your writs or mandates, which, as well as experience potions, which can speed up your reputation gains or experience gains with other factions. But even with that said, I would like to also emphasize that they are going to be encountered randomly. Yes, I know that grimtools.com has a map which indicates their place on it, but you should definitely take into account that each time you log in and log out and log back in into the game, their placements, it's always going to be a little bit different. So do not rely on Grimtools map too much. You definitely have to explore. You would still have to explore by yourself their exact location on the map. Grim tools can serve you to a degree, I would say. Additionally,
Can't do that.
the stuff that had already been mentioned by a lot of people when it comes to their density in original campaign compared to DLC. Majority of the folks are saying, and this is actually a fact, that you will not going to encounter monster totems that much in DLC areas, whether it be Ashes of Melmoth or Forgotten Gods. Compared to the main campaign, their density is on a little bit on the lower side of things. I do not know personally with what it's connected, but it's still worth to point out. Oh, and I should have emphasized that you can and will encounter them
Skill's not ready.
on open-esque areas, where you moving from one huge territory to another in close confined spaces in roguelike dungeons, so you would just have to explore until eventually you would come across this icon on the map, which is going to be displayed on your general map and on your minimap respectively. Now, when it comes to how will they function mechanically, they are pretty similar to Desecrated Shrines, meaning that you are going to encounter several waves of monsters, and depending on monster totem tier, they can be easier to deal with, or they can be a little bit tough to deal with. Let's see who exactly is going to come out from this totem. Oh, Arcane, I definitely need to get rid of him. Wow, that was fast. Scion of Noxious Winds.
Can't carry anymore.
And my inventory is full. Damn it.
Inventory is full.
Okay, let's get back to the town and sell that stuff that I have just collected.
Come see what's left of my wares.
But yeah, like I said, mechanically they are going to function in the same way like Desecrated Shrines. The only key difference, two key differences being the fact that the reward is significantly higher from my point of view, especially tier 2 and tier 3 totems, in terms of experience, in terms of how many items are you going to collect, as well as it can give you blueprints here or there. So, like I said, reward is definitely something that you should take into account. In terms of mechanics, like I said, key difference being consists in the fact that you do not have to accept the beginning of the encounter. You just click on it once in terms of those monster totems, and the fight is going to begin. Okay, this is things I'm selling straight from the get-go. I do not need them. Ignafar's Combustion for level 19. And like I said, they are going to be divided by tiers. How can you tell the difference? Which tier you have encountered along the way? Well, there are a few options for you. Option number one, you can look at the colors on Monster Totem itself, for instance. Usually, the lowest of them all, like tier 1 totem, have something spreading in terms of color on the top of the building itself. When it comes to... Oh, this is definitely good shoulders. I'm not going to replace them with mine. I'm willing to just save them. When it comes to tier 2 totems, it has a color spreading from the top of the structure and from the bottom. And tier 3 have something spreading from the middle. But there is another option for you to tell the difference, and that is by the name itself. So tier 2 and tier 3 totem have additional words written on it, tier 2 being named Forsaken and tier 3 being named Ancient. Menacing Star of Spines. Yeah, I'm selling this as well. I would also want to share with you like my take on it, whether you should aim for locating and destroying as much monster totems as possible? I would say yes, with the exception of tier 3 totems. Don't get me wrong, like the most amount of reward, like I said, is going to pop up from tier 3 in terms of experience, loot, and blueprints. However, the encounter would be very difficult, especially for those who do not understand the mechanics of the game, how defensive reduction works, how tough monsters sprawling from those totems could be. I can give you the example, like why are they a force that you definitely have to be reckoned with. For instance, when you just starting your journey, your resistances is not going to be on very high level. And monsters that you might come across tier 3 totems, the ones that are going to be spawned from it, can and reduce your resistances up to a -%. Even when you just started your playthrough in the first act, you know, before you will face Warden Creek himself. Also, they can and will reduce your offensive ability and defensive ability. You remember I have explained in the previous stream, and I'm willing to repeat it right now. So the more offensive ability you have, the higher is your chance to hit your opponents with regular attacks, and the higher is your chance to critically strike them. And similar to defensive ability, you are going to lower enemies' offense as well as chance to hit you with regular attacks and critical strike chance. So imagine lower enemies are going to lower those parameters from your character when you are just leveling up. This is going to be devastating for certain builds, I would say. From my point of view, subjective, but still, I think you should approach any tier 3 totems, once again they are named Ancient, with caution, and proceed accordingly. Like, if you confident in your character's strength, in your ability to overcome that encounter, you can try and defeat them. If you don't, then I would advise you to just skip on it up until the point you will reach like certain level threshold. You're going to be familiar with how the game works, how your character how you're supposed to handle your character, movement, so on and so forth. So for you it would be less stressful to overcome encounters against monsters from tier 3 totems. Yeah, I forgot to sell this stuff.
See you around.
Initially, I thought that
Can't do that yet.
your first, like, when they decided to include those monster totems, I thought your first nemesis boss would be different from the beast, but it turns out I was wrong on it. You would still going to face Kupakabra, the Endless Menace from Beast faction, eventually, but the threshold with which you are going to, like the speed with which you're going to accumulate negative and friendly experience faction with other ones, is going to allow you to, this is the stuff that is going to allow you to have the access to the most valuable gear when it comes to friendly factions, or speed up the process of other nemesis boss appearing in your campaign playthrough. Okay, where was I exactly? I had managed to stumble upon this exit. I need to go all the way over there. And additionally, I think that for those who are not interested in Shattered Realm stuff or Crucible, those monster totems are going to be a worthy addition if they wish to use them as a source of finding something useful items, or like I said, missing blueprints, or in general just farming negative reputation with enemy factions, or positive one with friendly faction. Like I told you before, and it's not like developers have removed, this is the other key note here, developers have not removed those desecrated shrines. You'll still going to encounter them along the way with monster totems as well. So it's a win-win situation if you ask me. Okay, I think in the Valley of the Chosen or in the Ruined City, a little bit further ahead, I would definitely need to go back to the town and accept the optional quest to solve the puzzle in ruins lying up ahead. Alright, so I have defeated him as well. Let's see. What is this? Preemptive strike. Oh, this is where I need to destroy those conduits and eventually face the boss. I got it. Also, from my point of view, similarly to my playthrough on normal difficulty with this character, Forgotten Gods, as from the point of Forgotten Gods when you're playing as a pierce damage / physical damage character is easier than Ashes of Malmut. I have checked and it turns out that enemies in Ashes of Malmut have way more physical resistance compared to Forgotten Gods, at least those against whom you're fighting in the campaign itself, without including roguelike dungeon. Those statues, those ghosts, so on and so forth. And as you can see, they are also vulnerable to hard crowd control effects like stun, freeze, so on and so forth. I would advise you to explore those areas thoroughly in this place, just because from some of those places you might face against statues, you might face against those ghosts, so you will never know where exactly they are going to come out. And because I told you before that eventually you will face here a boss in the center of this room, being sure that you have cleared everything and avoid getting surprise attacks is the stuff that is going to make things for you way easier. Yeah, but first and foremost, you definitely need to destroy his spores that he had summoned, as well as his poison crystal. Other than that, this boss is pretty easy, no matter with what character you are going to play.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, so I need to speak with Korvaak at the vanguard of the tree. With two of them, actually. Yeah, this one and this one. Okay, so now it's time to go back at the conclave of the tree and explore those areas for the purpose of finding the necessary NPC that has this quest to solve the puzzle in the city. I think he should be over here. Yep, there it is.
You serve Sega. Corbin City was one.
Alright, let's continue onwards. Oh, over here, when it comes to those enemies, I had made a mistake myself when it comes to normal difficulty, and I'm telling you straight up front, focus on those Magi's, because not only they are going to deal damage from afar, but that's nothing dangerous from my point of view. They will heal their allies when it comes to normal, like regular enemies, as well as elite enemies. Okay, going over here. Not only that, but it was easier when I played through normal difficulty without having access to Word of Renewal, which, in case you haven't seen my previous parts of playthrough, I have explained to you that Word of Renewal is going to allow you to have access to having more defensive ability against a certain overall, and having more defense, or should I say damage reduction, against certain race like Tonics and Eldritch, you know, those whom you face in vast quantities over here, as well as having more offense against those specific races. So I have explained on the previous stream that this is the stuff that is going to multiply your damage by a ton, even without having best in slot gear on your character. So this is why Journey through the Forgotten Gods on first and especially on second difficulty is that much easier from my point of view.
That skill's not ready.
If I'm willing to go all the way to the right, I will eventually come across the wall, which is going to be blocked by an energy barrier. And for me to unlock it, I need to get back to town and bring with me those sigils. You know, that stuff that I have collected to unlock the entrance to the Tomb of Heretic. At least I'm in luck, I'm finding more of those Eldritch totems in those areas. Yeah, those bigger guys, they might feel a little bit threatening, but the fact of the matter is that the initial attack, you know, the charge attack is going to deal some decent amount of damage. The regular attack is nothing to write home about. Some of them, mainly those electric ones, are going to... They are going to reduce your offensive ability and defensive ability if you get hit by their projectiles. Yeah, let's return back to that monster totem. Wow, the place where they appeared feels a little bit weird all over me. Wow, Arcane, and he removed my aura. You see the dangers of those enemies, guys? You have witnessed it by your own eyes. I haven't seen him amidst the bigger groups of monsters, and he managed to remove all of my active toggle auras from me. What I should have done is immediately focus him over even the reflective guy. Luckily, I had managed to kill almost all of them before Arcane had managed to remove my auras from me. Yeah, this is the stuff that I have emphasized, where you need those sigils. Okay, let me teleport back to the town and grab them. I will open the access to the area which will eventually lead to the Tomb of Heretic itself, but I am not willing to go there just yet. Okay, this is not the right spot. This is the one. Second and third. Because there you'll find a rift which you can utilize for the sake of fast travel when you will complete the main quest and secondary ones. Alright, so far so good. Moving onwards. By the way, sometimes you will going to tell what kind of statues are going to resurrect and start attacking your characters. Sometimes it's not going to happen, even if you will see that those ruins of those bigger statues lying on the floor. So it's like, it's not in the same way like those trees in Ashes of Melmoth, where you point your mouse cursor on them and you will see their health bar, and this is the way how you can tell which kind of tree is going to act friendly and give you a loot, and which kinds of those trees are going to attack you straight up front. With statues, it's always a several seconds of delay before they are going to resurrect, quote-unquote, and start attacking your character. However, those abilities that are going to deal like damage by themselves, you know, like Blade Spirits, they still will diminish their health pool, even if they are not going to fully even if they will not fully resurrect and allow them to attack you. See, that's the rift that I was visiting, and now I am willing to retrace my steps a little bit backwards and explore that area that I have just missed, you know, the ruins, optional ones. And while doing it, I am going to explain this information. Well, the stuff that I have talked about when it comes to monster totems in Russian language. Хотелось бы поговорить про тотемы монстров. То есть вы, особенно если играли в Гримдон лишь некоторое время назад, могли заметить, что они встречаются на вашем пути, у них имеется своя уникальная иконка. Они в плане награды, касательно экипировки, касательно опыта, касательно чертежей, намного превосходят оскверненные алтари, но не заменяют их. То есть на вашем пути вы будете встречать как и тотемы монстров, так и оскверненные алтари. Также, что касается алтарей, их схожей связи с тотемами, они функционируют одинаково. То есть вы будете сражаться с несколькими монстрами, когда сражение закончится, вы получите вашу награду, в том случае, если вы их победите. Однако, что касается различий, вам не нужно будет нажимать еще раз, чтобы подтвердить начало боя. То есть один раз нажали левой кнопкой мыши, бой начался. Также эти алтари будут представлять из себя различного рода, то есть они будут принадлежать к различного рода вражеским фракциям, то есть жутким, зверям и так далее и тому подобное. И они будут различаться по сложности в зависимости от... Будут различаться количество врагов, обычных врагов вы будете, с которыми будете сражаться, либо же с элитными. Они все обладают определенным тиром, то есть всего тиров 3, как вы можете различить, какие из них вы встретите при прохождении кампании. Есть несколько способов. Первое, вы можете посмотреть на сам алтарь, и на самых легких вы видите свечение только на верхушке строения. На алтарях, на монстров, алтарей монстров второго тира свечение есть и вверху, и в основе строения. Касательно третьего, самого сложного, свечение есть вверху, в середине строения и внизу. Есть еще один способ как понять, какую по сложности какой алтарь вы встретили на своем пути. Алтари монстров второго и третьего тира, у них есть дополнительное слово. К примеру, второй это забытый, второй тир, а третий это древний. С точки зрения влияния на непосредственно на сам игровой процесс, в плане прокачки, в плане
Skill's not ready.
набора опыта, собирания чертежей, эти алтари являются несомненными помощниками как новичкам, так и более опытным игрокам. С ними, неважно, если у вас банки на опыт или свитки, ускоряющие набор опыта с вражеской фракцией или с дружественной, вы все равно будете получать намного больше, чем до этого. А также, как я считаю, они полезны даже тем, кто не интересуется расколотой реальностью или горнилом, а хочет уделить свое внимание целиком и полностью компании с целью накопления репутации с вражеской фракцией, либо же с дружественной, или же с целью сбора предметов, к которому у него в данный момент нет доступа, или же нету их вообще, то есть чертежей. Что касается того, где вы можете их встречать, несмотря на то, что на сайте Grim Tools есть карта, где показано местоположение алтарей, она вам дает не точно их местоположение, а то, где они могут появиться, каждый раз, когда вы выходите и заходите в игру. То есть они не будут на одном и том же месте. Учтите это, если вы собираетесь пользоваться этим сайтом в целях нахождения, то есть поиска этих алтарей. А в целом они могут появляться где угодно, то есть на открытых участках, в закрытых подземельях, коротеньких, в рогаликах в больших подземельях и так далее и тому подобное.
Can't do that yet.
Что касается того, то есть следует ли вам искать и уничтожать как можно больше таких алтарей, да, с одной лишь оговоркой. Не считая алтарей... Так, я не пропустил проход никуда? Вроде бы нет. Не считая алтарей третьего тира. Почему они являются исключением? Просто-напросто потому, что как для опытных новичков, так и для
Skill's not ready.
опытных игроков, так и для новичков, извините, эти монстры, которые будут появляться именно из алтарей третьего тира, способны и будут иметь в своем распоряжении довольно сильные негативные эффекты. Как пример, в начале вашего пути ваши показатели сопротивления от какого-либо типа урона не будут на высоком уровне, а монстры с тотемов третьего тира спокойно могут их снизить еще больше. Также они могут снизить показатель навыка атаки защиты. Вспоминаем то, что я говорил на предыдущих стримах, я повторюсь еще раз. То есть, чем больше ваш показатель атаки, тем выше ваш шанс попасть по врагу и нанести критический урон. И выше урон в целом. И то же самое с навыком защиты. Чем выше навык защиты, тем больше у вас шанс избежать вражеской атаки, шанс снизить урон, избежать обычной и критической атаки. То есть, как я и говорил, основная опасность в целом не столько в самом негативном эффекте, а в том, что на начальных этапах игры, неважно за какого персонажа вы играете, воитель, рыцарь смерти и так далее и тому подобное, вы не можете похвастаться выдающимися показателями атаки или же защиты. То есть, если вы встречаете, то есть первый и второй тир смело вступаете в бой, то вот третий тир тут уже на ваше усмотрение, особенно если вы играете на хардкоре, так как очень большая вероятность просто-напросто умереть от того, насколько сильны эти негативные эффекты. Так, нужно в ту сторону идти.
That skill's not ready.
То есть, если еще более конкретизировать этот пример, то когда я играл то есть за этого персонажа играл, дошел до алтаря третьего тира примерно на 24 уровне в оскверненном святилище. Сейчас я даже покажу вам на карте, где это. Это вот здесь находится. Вот здесь, к примеру. И там, где вы сражаетесь с культистами. Я решил попробовать свои силы. Там был алтарь третьего тира, древний хтонийский алтарь. С первого захода не получилось их победить, так как там было 3 элитных демона, 2 из которых снижали не только навык, показатель атаки и защиты, но снижали мою общую скорость атаки, передвижения и чтение заклинаний. А это, в свою очередь, сильно сказывается на потенциале ночного клинка, особенно с тем геймплеем, вокруг которого я его построил. И я просто-напросто не смог сражаться с ним. То есть я успел убить только одного под голодом гуля, остальные просто-напросто меня убили. Со второго захода, да, уже смог их получше разделить. Смог с ними справиться. Опять же, не без помощи голода гуля, но тут ничего не поделаешь. Вот настолько они сильны, эти враги, когда вы только начинаете свой путь. И не обладаете, как я уже сказал, выдающимися показателями атаки или защиты, или же сопротивления от стихий в целом. Так, сейчас нужно идти влево, чтобы выполнить дополнительные задания. Странно, вроде бы перепрыгнул, а урон от лавы все равно получил. Ну, перепрыгнул, я имел в виду телепортировался с помощью глифа. Вначале, касательно этих алтарей, я думал, что ситуация изменится, и первым боссом немезиды, с которым вы столкнетесь, не будет немезида фракции зверей. Но, как оказалось, все равно, то есть, неважно, что вы делаете, первый босс немезида все равно будет из фракции зверей. Конечно, остальные немезиды, то есть процесс появления их, и особенно процесс становления, получения статуса вознесения с другими союзными фракциями значительно ускорился, как я и сказал, даже несмотря на то, что я играл на этом режиме софткор без свитков, ускоряющих этот процесс еще больше. Да, уже на второй сложности, в ее первой половине, с эфириалами получил статус заклятый враг, он же немезида, с хтонийцами. Дальше с могильным холмом вознесение получил, опять же, в первой половине, не во второй, а в первой половине сложности элита. И так далее и тому подобное. То есть без всяких дополнительных свитков. Имеется в виду не те, которые покупаются на 75%, ускоряющие набор репутаций, а те, которые ее ускоряют на 150% с самого начала. То есть доступ к ним у меня на этой сложности не было. Но в целом, как я уже сказал, то есть ищите какие-то чертежи или способ ускорить получение репутации, так же как и убийство вражеских элитных врагов с целью добычи предметов. Как раз ваш выбор будут эти алтари. Так, вот тут я неудачно телепортировался прямо в центр магов. Надо было от них избавиться.
That skill's not ready. My inventory is full.
Да ладно, опять забил весь инвентарь. Ладно. Репортируемся обратно. Да, касательно сумок инвентаря какой-то, я не помню на каком стриме, по-моему, кто-то из зрителей спрашивал меня, на какой сложности ты сможешь собрать все 5 дополнительных сумок. Ну, если, конечно, не пользоваться камнем, открывающих доступ к следующим сложностям, к порталам, к этим же самым сумкам и скиллам, как характеристик, так и очков навыков на элите. Ребята, на элите в усадьбе вам дадут последнюю 5-ю сумку. То есть вам нужно найти на элитной сложности до усадьбы и выполнить задание, по-моему, по убийству королевы Улья.
See anything you like?
Ну, вот этих жуков, которые там ползают с левой стороны от нее. Так, рассказал, что хотел. Теперь, опять же, перейду на английский и, думаю, расскажу по поводу печати, про не столько то, что она дает, а то, как ей можно пользоваться для достижения наиболее выгодных для вас результатов. И также приведу, к примеру, еще другие способности от других классов с теми же функциями, с теми же механиками, которые похожи на печать. Опять же, не в плане атаки и защиты, а в плане того, как она работает вот визуально, как она работает в игре и что вам следует о ней знать. Alright, now I described the information about monster totems, excuse me, on Russian language. Now I decided to talk a little bit more about the seal, not necessarily in terms of its general information, but mainly how you can utilize it or any other similarly looking abilities to get the maximum results when it comes to defense, offense, health generation, damage absorption, so on and so forth. So the thing is that, well, I should definitely start explaining that when you utilizing any kind of those abilities that clearly has a visible borderline on the map, you are going to receive or some kind of bonus effects from it, or enemies are going to receive some kind of negative effect from it. But the fact of the matter is that if you look closely, let's say I'm going to zoom in the camera fully and take a look what's happening, where exactly my when exactly I'm starting to receive the positive effect from the Inquisitor seal. Not when I'm stepping in the center of the seal itself, but when I'm 30 centimeters away to half of a meter away from the seal itself. You see, I'm still gaining the barrier effect, which means that damage absorption is going to occur, health regen is going to increase, elemental resistance, and specific damage against specific race is going to apply. Similarly to this functions other abilities, like I told on the previous stream, Warcry, as well as Sigil of Consumption from Occultists. So either your character or enemies, they do not need to stand at the center of the seal or move closer, or stand in its borders. They can receive negative effects, or your character can receive positive effects, even by standing half a meter away from the ability itself. Okay, I'm going to sell this. You can utilize this to your advantage, especially if you, let's say, I can give you a theoretical example. If you are fighting against a melee characters, but you are getting bombarded by some ranged elites, but you cannot get close to them, you can utilize the seal, not necessarily under your feet. You can utilize it a little bit further away from you, and then once you are going to move on to them, you will still going to, or you cannot move on to them at all. You'll still going to standing on one place. You will receive those power-ups in terms of defense or offense. Additionally, I would want to emphasize the fact that you can stack them, meaning that once one seal is going to... Once the cooldown of this ability is going to allow you to create it again, use it, and you will be able to observe on the ground the second one, and the effect, whether it be defense, offense, damage, or health regen, so on and so forth, is going to multiply. I can and will demonstrate you in a second once I will finish with my inventory management. Okay, I'm finished. So there's one seal. And it's about to let me cast the second one. That's the second. Immediately, the damage, as well as defense and offense, has been multiplied. Each of this seal is going to live for 12 seconds. And it has a almost 5-second cooldown. So for extra 7 seconds, your damage, your... like I said before, your health regen, your resistances is going to multiply twicely. Similarly to that, you can, and I would recommend you to use the Sigil of Consumption with that purpose. This is the ability, in case you do not know about what I'm talking about, the skill from Occultist skill tree. When it comes to other abilities from other classes, you know, the thing that clearly has a visible borderline on the map, but the game is going to allow you to negatively debuff your enemies standing further away from them. This is Warcry, without a doubt. I have already explained on the previous stream, and I'm going to repeat once again. With Warcry, you can allow yourself to stand very far away from enemies, and they will still receive that negative debuff that you have in terms of that is going to appear from the Warcry itself. You know, health reduction and damage reduction.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, let's go over there, since this is the last thing that I need to solve, quote-unquote, to be able to complete this quest. Flat as an autumn leaf, round as wielding ring, has 2 eyes, yet cannot see a thing. Okay, first and foremost, I'm going to clear out those areas from those stone griffins, guardian, before I'm going to engage in a fight against those enemies from Desecrated Shrine. Oh, you know what, guys? I totally forgot to tell you that enemies which you are going to encounter from those monster totems, they are not going. They could be the ones that you will face way later during the campaign itself, or from second or first DLC. And yes, you can face them even in first act. So don't be that surprised if you have encountered like Ironside Hulks or Flesh Hulks starting like in those areas where you haven't reached Warden Creek, like you haven't even reached Warden Creek yet. Alright, so I can go back and complete 2 of those quests, but I'm willing to advance the story a little bit more onwards, just for the sake of opening the next rift point. Yeah, this is another optional zone for you to explore.
That skill's not ready.
I will wait when this Eldritch Spirit is going to come closer, so that I will not face him in the lava. By the way, guys, don't get confused when it comes to green projectiles from those statues. Green ones, they are not going to petrify you. The blue ones will. Not all of those statues are going to cast blue projectiles. They are few and far in between, especially in this DLC, so I'm trying to say to you that just be on the lookout for blue projectiles, not green ones.
That's locked.
That's exactly the stuff that I was talking about earlier. So I was standing half a meter away from the seal, yet I have received that positive effect from it. Yep, so this is it when it comes to that optional area.
Do that yet.
Slowly, I'm going to reach Revere status with all of those cults. I have already reached it with Cult of Salael, the cult that I always have chosen as the first friendly faction in this DLC. But over time, like I told you before, you will eventually reach Revere status with all 3 of them. It's not like you have to specifically do some bounty table quests for them, or that you need to do it on higher difficulties. I mean, on ultimate difficulty. You'll reach Revered on elite. The only thing that you are going to miss out if you decide to pick up one faction over the other is some of their questline, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, a lot of statues over here. Later on, I'm not going to be facing that many, unless you take into account Tomb of Heretic itself. I know that upstairs I'm going to face against 2 of them, so I'm willing to activate 2 of them at the same time and use the sigil to gain the upper hand. Seal, excuse me. Oh, those are those leg guards that I was wearing when I was just leveling up. Mythical Rune Lord leg guards. Sure, perhaps I'm going to utilize them instead of mine impenetrable breaches of balanced steel.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, here I'm going to be facing against 2 bosses. The thing you need to watch out for when it comes to Son of Uraborg is his, what you call it, ground something something effect, you know. Yeah, this stuff. Other than that, his attack is pretty weak on all difficulties.
So it was consumed when Dravis confronted me at the
I can't do that yet.
I am going to preemptively cast those sigils just because I know that there is a second boss fight which is going to happen right about now.
Skill's not ready.
Okay, and I definitely should pick up this item to give to another NPC to complete this quest line. And there's the rift point. So I need to visit several places. One of them is the Korvaak City Rift to speak with her.
Hello again.
Then let's get back to the vanguard of the tree.
That skill's not ready.
Which is, yeah, I need to speak with her. And finally to the Conclave. Glyph of Franz Might, yeah, level 33. As if I need it.
I can't do that yet.
You know what, guys? Probably those of you who are watching, at this point I'm willing to buy it from you. If you have in Grim Dawn game like the Blueprint Corruption and you are willing to sell it, I'm willing to buy it. Because at this stage, I mean, I have tried so many times to eventually pick it up in terms of buying it from vendor or searching for it from a specific merchant in roguelike dungeon, like Steps of Torment or Bastion of Chaos. But in case you have stumbled upon it and you are willing to sell it, I am going to buy it. As simple as that. Okay, just a few areas left before I will eventually finish the main quest of Forgotten Gods. Oh, there's a lot of Magi's over here. I need to move fast. And this is, yep, another Eldritch Totem. I haven't checked my Eldritch reputation with them in a while. Oh, a little bit less than 3000 until Nemesis status. I wonder what their Nemesis is going to look like. I haven't fought with all Nemesis bosses, so this is why some of them is going to be dangerous against me in terms of their mechanics. The stuff that they are going to deal against me. With those against whom I fought, with the exception of Gravatul, I am more or less familiar with their pattern, with their dangerous attacks, so on and so forth. Big groups of monsters over there, but I'm willing to explore this territory first. By the way, for those who haven't played further difficulties, for those who haven't reached Elite as well as Ultimate, be prepared that those act bosses, whether it be optional ones or main ones, they are going to attack you faster and move a little bit faster, as well as create abilities faster. You will see what I mean by it once I will reach Kaiman. You remember when on first difficulty he is going to create those... The arena itself is going to create those pools, either closer to the pit in the center of the room or closer to the borderlines around it. And the fact of the matter is that on League difficulty and on Ultimate they will appear faster and they are going to deal way more damage, as well as last longer. Is there a second mage over there? Nope. This is just the flaming force wave that I was getting hit by on my way to them. Level 95, and I believe I have finished leveling the first part of the seal. Now I'm going to level the Arcane Empowerment, which is going to make seal that much stronger in terms of its bonus that I'm going to receive from pierce damage, from direct damage, so on and so forth. Oh, and about the seal, so since I have touched upon it, explaining its mechanics, explaining its usefulness, I needed to also highlight such things as, when it comes to seal itself, when it comes to damage absorption mechanic in this game. So when exactly are you going to rely upon damage absorption mechanics? And why it's so strong, especially in second difficulty and the third one. So from my point of view, damage absorption mechanic becomes useful once you will come across such enemies that are going to deal larger, huge amount of damage in a short time span, and you cannot heal from it relying only on your health potion, with the exception of using health potion and abilities that can heal your HP back, or relying on your circuit breaker. And you are definitely familiar with the fact that circuit breakers are not going to allow you to abuse them, so to speak, in terms of regenerating your HP back, as well as those enemies, the enemies attacks that I have just described. You know, huge health portion missing in a short time span. The only way for you to counteract, to mitigate it, is by having damage absorption with your character or damage reduction. However, I would say damage absorption works a little bit better than damage reduction, with the exception of damage reduction from a specific race, like Word of Renewal from Inquisitor. So generally, having immunity from damage or damage absorption / reduction are those three ways with which you can definitely counteract enemies' attempts at bursting you through the amount of health pool that your character has. For instance, when I was playing, I was talking about the seal. I can tell you the other ability called Mark of Torment from the Death Knight. It is a very useful tool at your disposal that you can utilize for the purpose of damage absorption. However, it only works against a single opponent. So you will mark your character with him, and his damage is going to be that much lower against your character. Oh, I can explore this area as well. Let's do it. With like I said before, with majority of those cases, you know, enemies against whom you are going to face and the stuff that that they are going to deal against you, as long as you have good amount of resistances, defensive abilities, so on and so forth, you do not have to worry about damage absorption mechanics. The only exception would be those bosses, Nemesis bosses, ranked bosses that are going, or roguelike dungeon bosses that can and will going to deal significant damage in a short period of time. For instance, I had mentioned Tomb of Heretic multiple times. Mage Ice has this ability. When they are going to spin on one place and shoot at you, projectiles from them are going to fly directly at you, as well as Morganet, which is the final boss of Tomb of Heretic itself, is going to do pretty much the same stuff. Are those the gloves that I'm wielding, like Blade Dancer? I think I just got the duplicate. Mythical Blade Dancer glove, handguards. Yep, it's pretty much the same item. What about those? Oh, it's for those who are going to play with pets.
I can't do that yet.
So now I'm going for the second floor.
That skill's not ready.
I also want to ask, when it comes to those who are watching the stream, what are your experience with monster totems? Have you come across multiple ones of them, and what do you think about them in general? Or you want to share something specific, whether they are useful for you or whether you have encountered something difficult in terms of enemies that they are throwing at you, and you want to share it with me. Yeah, this area definitely contains a little some of those optional sideways, pathways. Mainly for the sake of hitting additional rare items.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, now I'm going to explain the damage absorption part when it comes to its usefulness on Russian language. Что касается поглощения урона, то есть тут я забыл рассказать, когда говорил про печать, и вообще в целом касательно поглощения урона. На каком этапе игры это становится наиболее актуальным, что вам следует о нем знать и так далее и тому подобное. Касательно поглощения урона, на мой взгляд, эта механика наиболее сильно себя проявляет во второй половине сложности элиты и особенно на абсолюте, она же Ultimate на английском. Против кого она полезна? Она, на мой взгляд, наиболее полезна против тех врагов, которые имеют в своем арсенале способности, наносящие колоссальный урон за короткий промежуток времени. То есть этот урон, к сожалению, не снизить, ну точнее, не восстановиться от него так же эффективно без поглощения урона, как с ним. Да, вы можете использовать банку здоровья, способности, восстанавливающие вам здоровье, такие как пневматический взрыв, слово обновление, но даже с ними, как мне кажется, особенно если таких врагов несколько, ваш уровень здоровья не поднимется до приемлемых значений. Теперь касательно поглощения урона. То есть даже если это даже в том случае, если у вас показатель защиты на хорошем уровне, показатель сопротивления на хорошем уровне, вам все равно необходимо иметь либо поглощение урона, снижение урона, либо иммунитет от урона. Конечно, самое сильное будет иметь поглощение урона и иммунитет, но не все персонажи могут этим похвастаться. Что касается снижения урона, то тут двоякая ситуация. То есть, на мой взгляд, снижение расового урона, да, она наиболее сильно себя проявляет, особенно со слова обновления Инквизитора или с каких-либо созвездий, но универсальный подход к этому — это найти те способности, опять же, которые имеют какое-то поглощение урона. К примеру, у Инквизитора это печать, а есть также другой класс, Рыцарь Смерти, это сочетание солдата с некромантом, у него есть метка мучений. В отличие от печати, конечно, метка действует только на одну цель, они защищают от нескольких целей сразу. Однако она не ограничивает вас в мобильности. То есть вспоминаете, на предыдущем стриме я объяснял, что если вы используете печать, то вы должны стоять рядом с этой печатью, либо же в ней самой, чтобы получать позитивные эффекты. Как только вы отойдете с нее, все бонусы, которые эта печать вам давала, они тут же исчезнут. То есть тут уже в зависимости от какой-либо ситуации, от ваших предпочтений. То есть что предпочитаете, то и берете. Если приводить пример таких врагов, о которых я говорил, вот, имеющих в своем распоряжении способности, значительно снижающие ваш уровень здоровья за короткий период времени, это вот на этом стриме пойдем в гробницу еретика. Там будут маги, обладающие этой способностью, то есть они крутятся на месте, и снаряды летят в вашу сторону. Маги в Совете магов и сам Марганет, то есть последний босс этого подземелья, обладает такой же способностью. Да, вы можете полагаться на голод Гуля, если таковой у вас есть в наличии, но это спасет вас один раз, но ситуация такова, что, к примеру, взять Марганета, его перезарядка этой способности, наиболее опасной, происходит намного быстрее, чем ваш голод Гуля успеет откатиться. Поэтому, как я и говорил, то есть это то, из чего вам следует решать, то есть нужно ли вам поглощение урона или не нужно. На мой взгляд, нужно, особенно, как я говорил, во второй половине элиты и на абсолюте. Так же, как и против боссов Немезид. Это будет очень полезно, на мой взгляд. Это надо продать. Одевать эти штаны или нет? Плюс 2 к ауре обновлений. Но нету стихийной сопротивляемости от слова совсем. Хотя нет, они же дают стопроцентный шанс, но только на 8 секунд. Так, ситуация такая, что от огня меньше всего защиты. Ладно, оставлю. Абсолютно верно. Теперь перейду к объяснению других нюансов механики. К примеру, расскажу по поводу команды питомца в атаку, почему она может быть полезна даже тем персонажам, играющих с помощью физических типов урона, таких как проникающие внутренние травмы и использующие так называемых псевдопитомцев, то есть тех, кого нельзя убить, которые атакуют сами по себе, но которых можно контролировать с помощью этой же способности. Вначале расскажу на английском, а потом то же самое на русском. Вы же, в свою очередь, можете поделиться вашим опытом по поводу тотемов монстров. То есть, сколько вы уже смогли встретить на своем пути при прокачке и так далее. Что вы думаете о них в целом. Есть ли какие-то вещи, которые бы вы хотели высказать в плане их сложности. Сравнить там разные тиры. Первый, второй, третий. Попадались ли вам такие тотемы, которые... Монстры из тотемов третьего тира, которые сразу же убивали вашего персонажа из-за незнания механики, или просто потому, что вы сильно понадеялись на силу своего персонажа и так далее, и тому подобное. А я, в свою очередь, как я уже сказал, перейду к объяснению вот этой вот команды питомцы в атаку. И... почему она полезна даже персонажам, играющим через физический урон, если используются так называемые псевдопитомцы. Alright, so now I explained the damage absorption part in Russian. I would like to highlight the aspect of having to utilize the command called pet attack even on those characters that are going to play with physical damage in mind, and utilize such minions, friendly ones called pseudo pets, those that are going to deal damage by themselves, following you around, and they cannot be killed. However, they are going to receive, or their damage is going to scale with players' damage bonuses. This stuff include Blade Spirit from Nightblade, Revenant, those skeletons from Revenant Constellation, so on and so forth. When it comes to its usefulness, I think that, not usefulness of those pets, meaning that usefulness of this command called pet attack. I have already talked or touched upon this subject on the previous streams, and I'm willing to repeat it yet again on this stream as well. Every physical builds are vulnerable to reflective mechanic. Those who have played previous ARPGs, Diablo 1, Path of Exile, so on and so forth, probably going to be familiar with it. A certain part of your character's damage is going to be reflected back at you. When it comes to Grim Dawn, this becomes problematic and overwhelming, meaning that damage is going to be reflected at your character only on Ultimate difficulty. On two other ones, on Normal and on Elite, you can allow yourself to just wildly swing upon those enemies that have reflective shields on them for the sake of it, because the damage that they are going to be dealing to you in return is not... Well, what the hell? They have stuck there? Wow, what a weird bug. It's not going to be overwhelming. On Ultimate difficulty, situation is way different. Like I told you before, the stuff changes dramatically, and if you try to replicate the same approach on Ultimate, you would quickly find out how fast your character is going to die. That's one thing. So I would recommend for you to only attack reflective enemies with physical damage characters once their aura is going to be removed. By itself or with your help, it doesn't really matter. The other thing that I wish to highlight is the behavior of those pseudo-pets that I have just described, Blade Spirits, as well as if you're using Revenant skeletons from Revenant Constellation. By default, their pattern is going to command them, so to speak, to follow you and attack every enemies that they have spotted, that they have locked upon, without paying that much attention to whether they have something positive on them or negative. So it's easier for you to miss such aspect as enemies have reflective shields on them or not, and the problem with it is the stuff that I described earlier. Your character is going to die pretty rapidly from your own damage, because those pets are going to scale with... their damage is going to scale with your character. To control them and prevent it from happening, you definitely need to utilize command called pet attack, especially if you will fight against a bigger group of opponents, and among them you will see any of the reflective damage guy roaming around.
That skill's not ready.
I have already spoken about it in previous stream in terms of example. Those pets, like how powerful they are in terms of damage, when they are going to attack the enemies, especially, the ones who have reflective shields upon them, even your character can die pretty easily. For instance, with the Death Knight, I had managed to summon 4 skeletons from Revenant, and they had run around and circled the Archmage, who usually die from 1 or 2 hits, but because he has reflective auras on them, despite the fact that I was having like 15,000 HP and full creek set with good amount of resistances, my HP dropped to a 2,000-ish margin in a span of 3 seconds. I'm not joking. Even though, and that's the key point here, even though I had at my disposal 2 knots from Solemn Watcher that is going to reduce reflected damage by 20%, as well as I had the Owl there, and it also has the 15% reflective damage reduction. So in total, 35% damage reduction, less, but it still means nothing against reflective enemies with physical builds. Oh, I should have casted the seal beforehand. Okay, that was Father Kaiman for you guys. Nothing to write home about, to be honest. Especially with racial damage bonuses. So, use the sigil and then banish Korvaak.
After all these centuries,
Also, if you want my take upon whether you should buy the second DLC or not, I would say that it's pretty much up to you to decide. The only thing that I'm going to recommend, that I'm going to say to you without spoiling too much, is that when it comes to lore stuff, second DLC is mostly a filler. Yes, the events that is happening here is great in terms of visual spectacles, in terms of the thing that has been described, but it doesn't have any impact or any significance on your main story, you know, against tutorials that you have finished in first DLC. As well as it's going to be shorter from the gameplay perspective, and it's not going to provide the same, I would say, value in terms of characters and items. So first DLC you would have like Inquisitor and Necromancer. From the second you will only gain the access to Old Keeper, and that's pretty much it.
how long did they think their charade?
By the way, you definitely, I will show you in terms of visuals that when you come across the arena on which you'll fight against Korvaak, you can see it even by standing in different area. Okay, I probably should have attacked Deceased first. But it doesn't really matter. I would say that against Korvaak the only problem would be at his third phase as a melee character. You remember I was a bit surprised when I was facing him in terms of normal difficulty, and that at his last phase he flies up in the air and then he shoots meteors at you 3 times, and to my surprise you cannot hit him at all, even though like his hitbox is not that far away, his model is not that far away from the ground itself. Yeah, this is the arena where you will face against Korvaak. There he is. You can see it standing all the way from here.
Come, little human.
Okay, let me teleport to those Magi's and deal with them first. And then switch my attention to those gargoyles. I think my inventory hasn't reached its full limits yet in terms of the amount of items that I have collected, so I can allow myself to go directly to the Korvaak and face him at that arena. Okay, let me move away from this pool. What the hell? I haven't paid that much attention to how exactly my ghoulish hunger activated. Whoops.
I can't do that yet.
Perhaps I was standing too long in that debuff that bigger guy had applied against me. Okay, time to face against Korvaak, but first I'm going to open the personal rift point, just for the sake of it. I am going to strive to not die, but in case something bad is going to occur, I am more than welcome to utilize this rift point. Okay, Korvaak time. Stacking those Inquisitor seals beforehand. Yes, you will see my pets are all already going to attack him. Yeah, that's pretty much, ouch, the first phase. I should have dodged those meteors. I wonder, yeah, I can teleport away from them and do not take any damage at all from them. Okay, third phase. Meteors. Nope, Korvaak. Okay. What? What the hell? I believe he critted me. Yeah, I believe definitely that's the fact that it occurred. He reduced my defensive ability and then he critted me. Whoops. My bad. I haven't even reached my health potion, even though it wasn't on cooldown. Well, that's the reason why I have decided to utilize that rift point before moving on that arena. Let's try this again. Yes, I know that he is going to replenish certain amount of HP back, but what are you gonna do? You'd have to just try again and hope for the best. Okay, those are 1, 2, 3. I can engage. Why? Huh? Wait a second, something weird just occurs. Why am I ghoulish hunger not activating? That was a little bit weird. So I need to dodge his flame trail, because it's that much of a damage against me? It's doing that much of a damage against me. Weird. It hasn't happening on the first difficulty. Okay, let's try and do this again. Yeah, that's my ghoulish hunger. Okay. So I'm willing to just roam around for a bit. Yeah, since he also casted meteors and I cannot... Yeah, I definitely shouldn't have stepped in... I got it. Yeah, that's the problem. So with his triple attack, he reduces... I my HP way below the good margin, and I need to dodge one of his attacks, especially the last one, if I am going to survive his brush at all. It's not about the ghoulish hunger, it's the fact that his attack are that much damaging with total amount of health pool that I have. Yeah, this is what happening, guys. You see my ghoulish hunger procced instantly. Okay, that's the first chest. Well, with the third try I defeated him. Hopefully, fingers crossed, with Morganite it's not going to be the same deal. Okay, and the final chest. Nothing useful at all.
I can't do that yet.
Alright, let's go over here and return back to the Conclave of the Tree.
Korvaak, his count has been crushed. Even now, his scattered followers are being hunted down and eliminated. The Forgotten God.
Okay, and now I need to complete the very last optional quest from this difficulty, which is going to send me straight to the Tomb of Heretic. Need to accept it first, though.
Welcome.
Wow, those items that he's going to give me that he's giving me. Are not good at all. So let's go straight to the Tomb of Heretic. So the fact that what has happened there is my low amount of total HP is not going to allow me to survive his 3 blows with his attacks, you know, that Korvaak is doing when he swings in third phase, even through my Inquisitor seal, sadly. This has provoked Ghoulish Hunger activation first, and the second, like 2 times where I was quote-unquote surprised, what was not necessarily from that fire trail, it's because of those 3 triple attacks that he was doing against me. On second difficulty, they are that much damaging, and I should have not faced tanked it. I should have avoided it entirely, at least the last attacks, which can be avoided pretty easily. I was doing a very bad job of not dodging it at all. When it comes to everything else, the stuff that I have said before on first difficulty is pretty relevant even on the second one, that being you cannot hit him on third phase when once he is flying upwards and he strikes you down with the meteor, as well as he's going to deal that he's going to create that resistance reduction ability where meteors like slowly circling around and then moving closer to you. Luckily, I was able to find out that you can teleport away from it and not getting hit by it at all. Other than that, I would say that I definitely need to upgrade my gameplay, quote-unquote, so to speak, when it comes to dodging those dangerous attacks from him. I thought that the amount of damage that he's going to deal will be swiftly absorbed by Inquisitor Seal, but it's not the case at all. Okay, over here, nothing to explore. Let's go all the way up. Yep, only 5 more levels away until I will reach level 100. The only thing that I will try to do, and that is left for me to do on elite difficulty, is the Tomb of Heretic. Hopefully, fingers crossed, my Inquisitor seal and my stats is going to allow me to complete it. I am mostly worried about Mage Eyes and Morganet itself, as well as, to a degree, that room. And that's pretty much it.
That skill's not ready.
I wouldn't say so. Endgame maps are not that chaotic at all in terms of if you take into account the campaign. They are shorter than even the Ashes of Malmut DLC, like I said before. Shorter not only in terms of how many quests are you going to complete, optional and side ones, and how much time you are going to be spent in those areas. They are mostly looking like gigantic corridors than labyrinth to me, where you can get lost. So it's not like you will be confused by the layout. I would also add that it's not on the same confusing side as some labyrinths in Path of Exile, especially, you know, the maps. Here, in this game, you can clearly move around and get familiar with the environment, as well as where exactly you need to be heading. The thing that is going to occur, however, once I am going to choose the next difficulty, which is the last one called Ultimate, I am going to face a lot of, hopefully, a lot of Nemesis bosses. Ravager's Barb, Stormguard, Helltome, and another trash blue items. Oh, and the next thing that is going to occur when it comes to endgame, since you have asked, I am going to answer it as well, is that, you know, the game says you in the hints that you cannot collect any... You cannot gain any experience or faction points or collect any of those items that you need for crafting additional stuff from those enemies that have lower level than your character. The thing is that on ultimate difficulty, every enemy will be on par, if not higher, compared to your character level. So you will always collect something from them, whether it be items, gold, loot, materials, you name it, they got it. Even in the earliest acts, like from the place where you will start up until the Warden Creek, you will going to get something from them. This is going to be useful for you if you wish to make sort of a farm runs to acquire as much as crafting as much as possible, you know, those materials that is needed to craft something, or if you're missing some form of components and you desperately need them. Okay, I need to get back to the town and once again sell the stuff that I have just collected. Yes, finally Seal of Blades. That's the stuff that I need to craft it, and replace it with my Vicious Spikes, which is, don't get me wrong, they are good components, like I said on previous stream, but when it comes to end game, you would have to have the best option or close to best options in terms of your defense or offense. And Seal of Blades is exactly the stuff that that is considered by many to be the best in slot and good option for pierce damage characters.
Come see what's left.
Okay, so first and foremost, I'm going to sell this stuff. All those two handers I'm going to just sell up front, as well as those shields, without even looking at them that much. Since I also have touched briefly upon counterintuitive stuff, I should definitely tell you that if you wish to play with dual-wield melee weapons and you have thoughts that perhaps, gee, I wonder if I can play dual-wield weapons with 2 daggers for the purpose of melee combat, you can definitely forget about it in this game. In this game, daggers are only useful for casters or mage archetype, quote unquote, because they are going to give you casting speed increase, cooldown reduction, mana regeneration, and in general upgrade your ranged abilities, not melee ones. I know it's a little bit on the weird side of things, especially if you have played other ARPGs that has allow you to dual wield your melee weapons, but it's still a worth topic to highlight. In this stuff and ears bleeding, nope. Alright, finally I had managed to sell all of this stuff. Now, to put everything extra into stash, this thing I need to open up the gateway in the tomb itself, and finally let me check and see if I can craft Seal of Blades. Hopefully I can, because I have collected every component that had dropped from those monsters.
Got any more scrap metal?
So let's type it and see. Seal of Blades, yep, I definitely can. 2 of them, please. I need also Machinist Powder, the thing that I can buy from... It's either this thing or anything else that is a little bit better when it comes to pierce damage. First and foremost, let's utilize this inventor. And say I want to keep the item from here and from here as well. Then apply those Seal of Blades, that's 1 and that's 2nd. I am going to tell you what are they allow you to do, mainly those effects. Okay, Whirling Blades. This is one thing and that's the other. Activate 2nd and another one. You see, it creates this kind of smaller ring of steel, so to speak, and well, actually, it should start from the beginning. It's going to allow you to have more direct pierce damage, bleeding damage, which is not that important, percent-based pierce damage. Most importantly, it's going to allow you to convert 5% of attack damage to health from left and right hand respectively, which can and will work pretty effectively with your Ghoulish Hunger. I mean, with the ghoul knot that has 4% attack damage conversion to health. Additionally, it has a whirling blades effect added to it. This ability must be 2 gold to maintain its effect. It's going to deal pierce damage, direct one, increase your armor, and it's going to allow you to have more pierce resistance. Once enemies are getting closer to you, I can show it on the training dummy. They are going to receive damage. You see, without even attacking, my blade spirits as well as me by myself, I am dealing damage to them. Okay, so I need the component on my weapons for pierce damage sake.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left.
I can't do that yet.
I can pick up this thing. Yeah, let's do this just for the sake of it. 2 of this should suffice. So, now I'm ready and waiting to go onto the tomb itself. And while going to the tomb, specifically to the entrance of the roguelike dungeon, I'm going to use this opportunity to say hi and welcome for all those who are watching the stream. My name is Alexander, also known as Sandrievitz, playing Grim Dawn on softcore difficulty with elite included, playing as Infiltrator, combination between Nightblade and Inquisitor based around pierce damage and weapon pull skills, as well as auto-attack or auto-attack replacers. No ranged abilities at all, only close quarter combat. Additionally, I am using a mod called Grim Internals that allows me to auto-pick up blueprints, lore notes, rare items, components, highlight my HP bar, enemy's HP bar, rare items on me and on them respectively, debuff icons on me and on them respectively, as well as it shows the sole reason behind me using this mod is the graph called incoming DPS, which is going to tell me to what damage type my character is most vulnerable to, and I can play around my strong or weak points more effectively. You can definitely play this game without mod, but it's going to make things that much easier in terms of you understanding the mechanics of it. In terms of showing the build that I am aiming at, whether it be equipment, components and augments, so on and so forth, I would advise you to utilize command in chat called !build. Perhaps you want to see the exact skill points allocation, devotion points, change something in your favor, or just let it be, replicate the same procedure. The option is there, and you are more than welcome to use it. Similar to that, I would also advise you to utilize any other commands to know more information about perhaps the specs that I'm streaming from, and all of the same stuff. Additionally, you are more than welcome to express your thoughts, general ones and game-specific ones, when it comes to this game or when it comes to any other topic that you wish to discuss. I am more than welcome to comment upon them. I'm more than welcome to answer your question as elaborately and as informatively as possible. With all that said, I hope you are enjoying the stream as well as my commentary on the background, and I would also want to emphasize additional subjects, such as by just watching the stream you will accumulate chat points that you can utilize to earn various type of rewards. Those include highlighting your messages, requesting personal shoutouts on the stream, learning new words, its definition, its meaning on Russian language, requesting following on your Twitch channel and Twitter channel. As long as you are a content creator, I am willing to do it. Additionally, you can support this stream indirectly by cheers, bits, and tips in chat, as well as directly by either Streamlabs donation or becoming a Patreon. Those resources that you are going to dedicate are going to be invested into upgrading the visual and audio quality of the stream or edited videos that we are going to be making, mainly I and my brother, in the future, and your name are going to be mentioned in the next ones. Oh, I see another question in chat. I'm going to answer to it once I will deal with those pesky mages. Do you have any special tips and tricks for leveling and gearing, or everything is storyline connected? No, I have a whole playlist. If you would visit my channel, you will see that there is a whole playlist when it comes to mechanics and such, where I describe various topics for beginners that they would like to know, such as defense, offense, bosses, leveling, like you said, gearing aspect, as well as giving you specific tips for casters, gameplay archetype, melee gameplay archetype, just in general information, some early game stuff, end game stuff. The list is being named Grim Dawn Beginner Friendly Tips and Tricks. Currently it has, I believe, 5 videos in it, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. And I'm planning to release many more in the future. So in case you definitely, I would advise you to check them out if you wish to know more about the mechanics. They are not connected with the lore and its story. They are mostly the stuff that beginner players should get acquainted with if they would like to improve their understanding as well as their gameplay with this game. Oh, I totally forgot that even on the first floor of this dungeon you would see those portals from which those dogs are going to appear. And remind you, they will spawn infinitely, and you just have to move onwards to proceed in the next areas in the dungeon. You cannot stay on one place for too long here. Initially, I thought that just by dealing with those dogs, you will gain extra experience or they will drop some items, but it turns out I was completely wrong on it. Okay. Now that I have done the stuff on English language, I'll try to do the same stuff, meaning the presentation, on Russian language. Еще раз всех приветствую, дамы и господа. Добро пожаловать на стрим по игре Grim Dawn. Играю за лазутчика на проникающем уроне, построенным вокруг ППСок и вокруг автоатак, либо же заменителей этих самых автоатак. То есть ближний бой, никаких дистанционных атак и никаких значительных атак по площади. Также хотел бы заострить ваше внимание на том, что вы, если хотите посмотреть, как будет выглядеть этот билд на максимальном уровне, на 100-м уровне, есть такая возможность. Используйте команду build, восклицательный знак build в чате, и вы увидите точное распределение очков навыков, очков характеристик, созвездий и так далее и тому подобное. Возможно, захотите что-то подстроить под себя, или же использовать уже готовый шаблон, который я сделал. Также, касательно других команд, как я и сказал, список вы найдете под описанием. Они дадут вам дополнительную информацию касаемо механики игры. Они также позволят вам узнать общую информацию обо мне, например, о железе и так далее и тому подобное. Не забывайте также, что вы можете, не считая самих команд, высказывать свои какие-то вопросы, пожелания, замечания в чате. И со своей стороны я сделаю все возможное, чтобы как можно более информативно прокомментировать, подискутировать с вами по какому-либо поводу и так далее и тому подобное. На любом языке, будь то английский, либо же русский. Ну, вот и так называемый босс опционально этого подземелья, которого вы встретите не раз здесь. Не знаю, по-моему, проблема с этим боссом заключается не в том, как он сделан, а в том, что он просто-напросто вам ничего не дает такого значительного взамен. Ни предметов, ни чего в этом духе. Ладно, также не забывайте, что если вы хотите побольше узнать по поводу игры, у меня есть плейлист на канале на английском языке, где я обсуждаю разные аспекты механики, что особенно полезно для новичков, которые хотят улучшить свое понимание игры перед тем, как начать проходить кампанию и так далее и тому подобное. Рекомендую вам его к просмотру. На данный момент там 5 видео. В ближайшем будущем появится намного больше. Еще я использую модификацию Grim Internals, что позволяет мне отображать мой показатель здоровья врага, автоматически подбирать редкие предметы, чертежи, сюжетные записки, показывать положительные и негативные эффекты на врагах и на моем персонаже, но самое главное это входящий урон, что в свою очередь отображает сильные и слабые стороны моего персонажа, и я могу с помощью этой шкалы какие-то защитные компоненты перестраивать под себя. Вы спокойно можете, конечно же, в эту игру играть и без мода, но он делает понимание игры, не саму игру, не сам процесс игры, а понимание игры намного легче. Так как инструментарий, который предлагает игра по умолчанию, на мой взгляд, он не является наиболее полезным. Так, я кого-то могу на себя сагрить с помощью клинков, наверное. Да ладно. Никого. Ну-ка еще раз. Да что ж такое-то? А, сразу обоих, ясно. Так, с магами фишка в чем? Когда вы подходите к ним в ближний бой, они кастуют на себя ауру, а потом начинают крутиться на месте и во все стороны шмалять снарядами. Вам, конечно, в этом плане поможет очень сильно поглощение урона с помощью печати, поглощение урона какими-то дополнительными средствами. И вы сможете пережить их так называемый залп атак. Но что-то я не вижу, чтобы они делали какие-то либо попытки. Первый маг вообще этого не делал за все время боя. Что-то странное происходит. На первой фазе они это делали. Здесь вообще ни один, ни другой. Странно. Там в течение всего боя они ни раз и ни два способность эту использовали. Здесь вообще ничего. Однако. Да, по поводу эффектов контроля вы видели, что на них не работает оглушение ни с ножниц, ни с кольца стали, так что в отличие от других магов, которые так или иначе уязвимы к ним, они устойчивы к вашим попыткам их оглушить. Точнее, оглушить себя. Я точно знаю, что у Марганета есть точно такая же способность, которой он будет пользоваться. То есть не та, которая когда он вытягивает руку и бьет залпом снарядом по вам, а когда он именно крутится на месте. Поэтому я ожидал, что от этих магов, что они будут делать то же самое. Я просто не знаю, с чем это связано. То есть что является началом это так, то есть от каких условий зависит от того, будет ли они делать эту атаку или не будет. Поэтому удивился, когда они не делали это вообще. Первый этаж благополучно зачищен, надо идти на второй. Да, вот здесь видите, опять же, как и в случае с приоритетом цели, который я вам говорил до этого, здесь особо ничего не меняется. То есть вам желательно расправляться с теми магами, которые накладывают наиболее сильные негативные эффекты на вашего персонажа. Особенно вот древние и так далее. Они снижают ваш показатель защиты, снижает вашу скорость передвижения и так далее и тому подобное. Ну а сами по себе они умирают довольно быстро. Да, касательно Корвака я уже говорил на английском, то есть что пошло не так, почему я так много умирал на третьей фазе. Показатель брони, так же как и показатель общего здоровья и защиты, не позволял мне пережить его тройную атаку, которую он делает только в третьей фазе, без использования голода гуля. То есть даже под печатью он меня просто-напросто сносил. Я, в свою очередь, должен был поступить немного по-другому. То есть, когда он использует эту тройную атаку, перед третьей атакой есть окно, где можно просто-напросто отойти, он промахнется и не нанесет никакого урона по вам. Даже несмотря на то, что вроде бы по анимации там у него, не знаю, 5-метровые какие-то энергетические лезвия и должен вас задевать. Но здесь, как и в случае с теми же самыми троллями, то есть чуть-чуть в сторону отошли, все, по вам урон не нанесен. А я просто-напросто пытался все это в кавычках станчить лицом. Но тут, как я уже говорил, то есть касательно вот этого босса, появляющегося на протяжении всего подземелья, и первого этажа, и второго включительно, странно то, что он не дает ничего, по сути, в награду. То есть даже когда вы идете в комнату смерти, всю ее зачищаете, никаких дополнительных предметов вы там не увидите. В комнате смерти обязательно, то есть обратите внимание на волну мобов, которая включает в себя статуй, особенно элитных и тех, даже обычных, которые вешают на вас могут повесить на вас окаменение. Вот их нужно убивать в первую очередь. Либо убивать, либо убегать. Всех остальных там серединка на половинку. Так, а вот это плохо. Надо перефокусироваться на того босса. Аж на двух сразу. Что ж такое-то? Так, одного врага я оставлю, я его не буду добивать, потому что иначе это включит вторую волну. А двух сразу, конечно, я не ожидал увидеть. Надеюсь, касательно этих самых боссов это будет все. Так, здесь стоим на месте, создаем печати, не отходим никуда. Так, вот сразу статуя. Вот там и тот, кто снимает ауры. Все, стойте, просто стойте-напросто на месте и активируйте печати. Так, а вот это может быть проблема. Окаменение все-таки получил. Да. Третья статуя отбежала в сторону, и я не смог ее быстро убить. Да, то есть вы видите, сами по себе другие элитные враги здесь особого вреда не наносят, но статуи с окаменением, и опять же, у меня не взято в потолок, то есть до 10 второй модификатор слова обновления, что позволило бы мне по большей части их игнорировать, так как там снижается длительность окаменения. Но на других персонажей обращайте на них особое внимание. Все птицы, не считая, конечно, вот самих этих боссов, которые вылезли. Птицы, обычные элитные маги, они не так уж и сильны, с моей точки зрения. Так, здесь должен быть торговец. Помните, я на предыдущей сложности говорил, что особого помощи от торговца нету на обычной сложности, наверное, на элите. Он должен просто продавать предметы, которые позволят вам преобразовать один тип урона в другой. Надеюсь, это происходит не только на последней сложности. Потому что тогда вообще не вижу смысла его включать в это подземелье на первых двух сложностях. Так, теперь скажу по поводу торговца на английском языке тоже. И, пожалуй, еще скажу про комнату смерти тоже на английском языке. Alright, so I have done the introduction part in Russian language. I also talked a bit more about the death room as well as the merchant which you will encounter here. So I'm going to say the same stuff in English language. Basically, I know that on some of those difficulties, yeah, I got hit by petrified, so this was a little bit unfortunate. I know that on some of those difficulties, this merchant should sell you the equipment that is going to allow you to convert one damage type into another. Hopefully, it's not on ultimate difficulty, because otherwise I do not see the purpose. Why is he here? He is not selling anything useful whatsoever in terms of, at least in terms of normal one. Let's check on this difficulty. It's still the same thing. Wow. Pointless. And about the death room, like I told on Russian language, I'm going to repeat it in English. Try to pay that close attention to those enemies that are going to petrify your character. You know, those statues, elite ones or regular ones. Anything else when it comes to other type of elite or enemies, you know, mage eyes, those birds, so on and so forth, you can to a certain degree ignore them, especially on characters who are that vulnerable to petrify itself and you didn't have the access, like for instance in my case to Vigor, which can and will reduce the duration of petrify itself. Oh, and of course do not forget about those boss enemies against whom you're going to be facing there. You know, those Scion of Hunger, or however it's called. I should have repositioned my character back then in terms of the death room and focused them down as fast as possible. Instead, I jumped into the wrong group of monsters at the beginning. Yeah, there is no point of standing just that close to the portal itself. You have definitely witnessed what happened. They are going to spawn infinitely from it. Okay, this is the path which eventually is going to lead me to the Morganet himself. Other than that, I would say that, I don't know, personally, I think that in first DLC, Roguelike Dungeon was a little bit better designed visually. and lore-wise, it makes a little bit more sense. Those enemies that, against whom you was fighting there in, you know, Ancient Grove territory, they were feeling fresh and unique, but those are just reskin of the same Chtonian demons against whom you were fighting in vast quantities already, in whether it be main campaign or first DLC. So I don't know. For me, it feels a little bit overused. Okay, Ancient and Forsaken, and then the Scion. I talked about what exactly those, you know, Seal of Blades is going to provide you in English language, and I also should have emphasized that while it is the best option for you to utilize when it comes to endgame, don't shy away from using the lesser components on your enemies, on your weapons, as well as on your armor. The fact is that I cannot presume that every player has the same access to every possible blueprints, components, so on and so forth, because the majority of them are playing, like, just bought the game and playing from the scratch, or even experienced player are going to play from the scratch, and he, from the beginning, he's going to utilize the thing that he has at his disposal at any given time. Yes, perhaps it's not optimal, perhaps something could have done better, but it's better to just have your weapon as it is, you know, without anything additional added to it. Alright, so now it's time to face the Morganat himself. Sadly, I don't have any oils and ointments with me, because otherwise I would definitely use it. Oh well. Hopefully, fingers crossed, at this difficulty I'm going to defeat him with the help of Inquisitor Seal. Okay. You gotta be kidding me, what the hell? Why is he taking so long for me to beat that mage? Oh, because of the debuff. Yeah, I got it. This is his first barrage. This is his second barrage. Yeah, you see, with damage absorption, his second barrage is way less threatening. Without it, my Ghoulish Hunger was activated in almost in an instant, I would say. But other than that, I should definitely, yeah, I'm willing to just focus him down, and then I will switch my attention to this elite, which vanished for some reason. Okay, that was weird. I remember the same thing occurred once I was playing the Death Knight, and these stones, it's either from Morganat himself or from this elite mage, was hitting me and activated my Ghoulish Hunger when the fight was already over. And that occurred on elite difficulty, not necessarily on the first difficulty. Let me turn off the auto function because I want to check what he has at his stash in this thing, and I need to also pick up the quest item. Yeah, this.
My inventory is full.
Got it. I need to throw away something. Let's throw away those shields. I would say, if I have acquired many of them, as well as some items for other damage type. Menacing, Exalted, Embraces of Thorns. Wow, they are so bad. Shadow Weave, Mythical. Yeah. Nothing to write home about when it comes to those additional items. By the way, I have discussed those, you know, functions of Grim Eternals mod, but I also forgot, like I always for some reason forgot to mention this. You can set this up for your needs. It's not like you always have the auto pickup function, which you cannot turn off. By pressing Ctrl F5, you will be able to see like additional settings which you can turn off or turn on in case you need something. For instance, let's say you do not want incoming DPS graph or display of your offensive ability and defensive ability. By no means just turn it off. The mod allows you to customize anything that that this mod is going to show you to your needs. Okay, let's get back. Let's get from this place first and foremost. And then I'm going to head to the Conclave. Really? With Eldritch almost hated but not on Nemesis status? You gotta be kidding me. Nah, I'm willing to fix this. I do not want to... And perhaps I'm going to search a little bit for their Nemesis boss as well. At least in this difficulty. But before doing this, I need to sell the stuff that I have collected in the Tomb of Heretic. But yeah, like I said before, visually those enemies feels a little bit overused in Tomb of Heretic to me compared to Ancient Grove, you know, previous DLC. Yeah, there are demons and statues, but with blue color. Like, okay. Compared to the other enemies against whom you are facing, that's definitely feels a little bit lackluster. Lore-wise, it's debatable. I can express my take on it, subjective opinion on lore. I think that Morganet himself, you know, and the way how the tomb has designed, as well as the stuff that he tried to summon, feels the same, if not a copy-paste to the Lochorion from previous, like from the main campaign, the ones that the cultists were trying to summon, final boss and such. So for me, it doesn't really matter if I'm facing against red light demons or blue one demons, especially those are called Celestials, but not regular Chthonians. Perhaps they are predating regular Chthonians, who knows. That's without spoiling too much. Once again, some of viewers perhaps haven't reached this point yet or haven't bought DLC at all. So I'm not gonna spoil them, like what is hidden behind the construction of this place, you know, the Tomb of Heretic, so on and so forth. Alright, but we pretty much done when it comes to LA difficulty. We have completed everything, main campaign-wise, main quest-wise, and secondary quest. And it's time to move on to Ultimate. Selling those shields, those books, those scepters, and finally, what is this? Nah, I don't want this.
Put it to good use.
Like I said, the only thing that I will try to fix quickly is... I should have also put everything when it comes to components, well, rest of them into my common stash. I am willing to upgrade quote-unquote my infamy with Eldritch Horrors to Nemesis status.
I'll keep an eye out.
As well as buy blueprints from the remaining of those cults, Cults of Bismael and Cult of Dree, because I only bought from Cult of Soleil, if I'm not mistaken. I can double check. Is it better than Soleil's Veracity? Same amount of health, but physical damage and pierce at the same time. I could be wrong, but I think it's a little bit better. Because you remember I was saying that physical damage is a part of pierce damage, so when you are going to come across any equipment or components and augments, as well as constellation that can give you physical damage alongside with pierce, or just by itself, your strength of your character is going to grow even without accumulating a good amount of pierce damage by itself. Pierce bleeding. Yeah, it's one-handed ranged. Mark of the Shadow Queen, and Night Stalker Pendant. Night Stalker could be good, although it's mostly for cold infiltrators. As you see that +1 Inquisitor and Nightblade cold and frostburn damage. Nonetheless, I'm going to buy those blueprints and learn them one by one.
See you around. See anything you like?
The equipment I think I have already checked. Yeah, Pierce Cold. This stuff is debatable. I would say +3 to Aura of Conviction definitely is a little bit better in my opinion. And those are just resistances. Alright, so the next cult. Mark of Calamitous Desires? Calamitious Desires. Mortar Trap, Ring of Steel. Oh, so you want to tell me that this ring is for a class combination like Nightblade and Demolitionist?
See anything you like?
Okay, what's about you?
Can't do that yet.
Gear, I think I also have checked already. With the exception of this helmet, though. Offensive ability and defensive ability at the same time. Compared to the Elite Soleil's Combatant Casque. I'm willing to stick with mine. Alright, so blueprints. Yeah, let's buy them one by one and be done with it.
Put it to good use.
Right, so where exactly I can encounter some of those, you know, Eldritch Horror totems? I can explore Karen Docks area, or I can explore Temple City of Azir. It's one of those two places where I can come across the monster totems from the Eldritch variety. So far I'm not seeing anything.
Can't do that.
Yeah, I should also... Alright, Nemesis status with Eldritch Horrors, got it. So from here, from this point and moving onwards, I am going to hopefully encounter Nemesis bosses. The thing that I do not know is where exactly this encounter might take place. Okay, let me turn back on the auto pickup function. I can explore the tomb entrance a little bit. Usually in those tombs you will face against those Eldritch Horror enemies. There's actually Forsaken Eldritch Totem way over there. But no skulls on the minimap. Perhaps the, like... You know how I have come across the Gravatul, which is the second Chthonian Nemesis boss, when I was just minding my own business, completing secondary and main quests in the campaign, and then I eventually come across that Gravatul in random Chthonic Rift. So perhaps the same thing implies with this Nemesis boss. And in case you have forgotten, how can you tell the difference? I mean, how can you determine if you are going closer to Nemesis boss or not? Well, in case you're using Grim Eternals mod, the sound is going to play, indicating, as well as the text pop-up is going to indicate that you are getting closer to Nemesis boss, and skull icon is going to appear on your minimap. As simple as it is. Alright, nothing there. And the only way for me is onwards. You know what? What would be cool, guys? For those who have played World of Warcraft, at least some of its expansions, and utilize the Deadly Boss mode, you know how in this mod, those bosses which you haven't encountered yet, they are displayed like in the shadow. Their model is displayed in the shadow, and their description of their abilities is always like question marks. Something cool would be like in next installment of Grim Dawn, I assume. Yeah, right now it's... I am going to check quickly second floor, but if nothing there is going to remotely be similar to the Nemesis boss, I am going to move to ultimate difficulty. By the way, I also hope that my resistances are more than enough and I do not need something extra, although I can and I will say to you that you can utilize components over your augments. I mean, yeah, no, components over your magical augments. This is the thing that is going to allow you to overcap your resistances, which is especially important on higher difficulties. Nope, sadly no skulls on my minimap. Wait, I utilize Mark of the Assassin on the statue, even though it hasn't resurrected, quote-unquote, fully yet. Radagon's Shroud, chest armor, acid, poison damage, vitality, pierce converted to acid, aura of censure, destruction. That's something new, I haven't come across those items just yet. Alright, no skulls, you know what this means, guys? On to Blueprint the Dissenter. Weird. On to ultimate difficulty. Okay, when it's eventually going to load. Fingers crossed. Yep. Sometimes it behaves a little bit weird when it comes to loading times, even though it's on SSD and nothing should block it, quote-unquote, from fast loading. Okay, picking those quests up. What about my resistances? That's the most important part. So, bleeding, right? So I'm currently low on fire resistances, which Spell Scorch Plating should fix that. Low on bleeding, as well as poison and acid resistances. Anything else? Looks... wow, Ether is way over cap, like... with Word of Renewal it's no joke, and with Chaos it's pretty much the same stuff. So the only thing that I need to watch out for is elemental damage, bleeding damage, and poison and acid. Well, once I get my hands on Spell Scorch Plating, this thing shouldn't be problematic at all.
Greetings, Chuck.
You also can definitely see the amount of experience that you will going to gain on ultimate difficulty, even if it's your quote-unquote early game quests. And you see you are fighting against level 94 or 95 monsters. I do not think that the Nemesis boss from Materials can appear that early in the campaign, meaning at the doorsteps of Devil's Crossing itself, although I should be on the lookout for him. Okay, there's no point for me to try and go for what you call it, Hargate Island and its laboratory, unless I am going to eventually pick up the quest and complete it in terms of returning those scripts from a scientist who was experimenting on those slits. Oh, it's a little bit further ahead, the elite monster. It should start appearing. I know that at least in first act, quote-unquote, there shouldn't be anything difficult for me to overcome in terms of those enemies. Okay, and then I immediately regretted by how many HP I'm just lost from that poison and acid. For now, I'm not going to go for Hidden Path questline, you know, first part, second part. I am going to restrain myself from doing so, simply because I wish to move up until the 4th icon, and from there I will do the Hidden Path questline, because otherwise there will be so much running back and forward between those places, which I try to avoid. Yeah, there's that elite, and you'll see the amount of HP that he has. He has close to 2 million HP, which is definitely going to signify for you, especially if you do not have the optimal amount of damage, that it's time for you to upgrade it. By the way, the reason behind me dealing with those enemies, you know, regular ones, quote-unquote, because on the highest difficulty, being ultimate, they have a very high chance of dropping something interesting in terms of legendary items. You remember I had given you the example of how I had come across Belgotian armor, which is considered by many a best-in-slot item for pierce damage characters, specifically dual-wield melee ones, by just defeating regular white Archmage. Wasn't facing against any Nemesis bosses or any of particularly tough act bosses. Whoops, I do not wish to say this to him. Keep in mind that with some quest line, since this game is going to provide you multiple choice options in majority of your secondary or main quests, try not to misclick too much. Even if you know the outcome, there's still a chance for you to accidentally click the wrong option in the dialogue and not receive the good amount of experience potions from it, or the stuff that you are looking for, stuff that you are trying to achieve anyway. Okay, into the cave itself, and then I'm going to explore onwards. Some of my viewers actually had told me that Valdron Stormscourge can appear even at the Homestead territory. You know, the place that is fully polluted, quote-unquote, by Ether Ground, as well as invaded by Ethereals. So do not think that he is capable of appearing only in early acts. Mythical Wraith Walkers. Yeah, don't be surprised by the amount of legendaries that you will come across on second and third difficulty. Like I said before, with legendaries, it's always a double-edged sword. If a player, especially if he's a beginner once he is legendary, like I was in his... I completely understand what he might think, because I was in his shoes, so to speak, when I just picked this game up and decided to play it and stream it, as well as delve deeper in its mechanics. I know it's feeling like you have collected a legendary item. Perhaps you think, whoa, it's so useful that I do not need to sell them and that I can stash them all the way from level 50 up until level 100 and nothing will go wrong because of it. In terms of
I can't do that yet.
collecting them, stacking them in your stash items. But the fact is that eventually you will get accustomed to, or should I say, you will realize that not all of them are good when it comes to legendaries. Most of them are pretty much useless for you if you are not planning to build those characters around those specific items, and you are better off just selling them or dismantle them if you have vast quantities of dynamite at your disposal.
I need some time to... Welcome to my reef.
Okay, extra skill point, very useful. Wait, I do not have the scrap with me. Yeah, I need to. Somehow it still feels kind of weird having the necessary amount of quest items in your stash, but it doesn't go directly into your into the NPCs like hands if you try to complete this quest beforehand. And you have to manually do it. Alright, so as you can see, Arcane Empowerment, it's going to give me direct pierce damage, 8% to all damage, more crit damage, and fire retaliation. The things that I am interested in is definitely 8 to all damage, crit damage, and direct pierce damage. The thing is that sadly I do not have a lot of offensive ability. This thing should fix it by itself once I get my hands upon more useful components and augments, as well as gear, a little bit later on. So I need to counter this weakness, so to speak, with my Inquisitor Seal.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
I'm willing to check this wall. Usually you can acquire here a legendary if you're getting lucky, but not this time. Do not forget that I've told you before. Actually, let me explain this mechanic once again when it comes to pierce damage and most of the stuff that is connected to it on English language and then on Russian language. Because I think that this is the basis upon which you can decide if you would like to build your future characters or not. So, pierce damage is a part of physical damage that I had set already. Means that if you come across equipment, augments, components, weapons, you name it, that has only physical damage and you are playing pierce damage characters, your strength will still indirectly increase. The same thing will occur if you are playing internal trauma characters, so physical and internal trauma goes hand in hand together, similarly to physical and pierce damage respectively. Additionally, it is going to allow you to break through enemies' defense, because enemies have in this game a certain amount of armor, which you can deal with by either ignoring it completely, for instance with internal trauma damage, or by relying upon default armor penetration if you are playing pierce damage characters. If I were to give you the example, like let's say you are going through the earlier acts, you will face those enemies like rotten soldiers, rotten ember guards, so on and so forth. And without even relying on your resistance reduction abilities, whether it be from your skills or from your constellations, you can deal with them pretty easily, without having any significant problems. But later down the line, once enemies are going to become stronger... Oh, and there's the indication of monster totems which you'll encounter along the way in campaign in random areas. But yeah, once enemies are going to become stronger, especially they will have at their disposal abilities which grant them the increase of their armor, some damage absorption, so on and so forth. Yikes, yikes. This is the stuff that I was trying to say to you guys. This was reflective at all of its glory, and I was also dead because of it. Ouch. That was weird. I haven't seen Reflect, guys. I tried to attack him once when he just popped from the ground. Yeah, I need to manually go all the way through it once again. I think I had managed to beat him though. I'm not sure completely. I think I managed to beat this elite crab, which, by the way, those monsters were from Ashes of Manmon DLC. They wasn't those beasts from original campaign. You clearly could see Wendigos, crabs, as well as, I believe I have seen some of those Yetis over there. But yeah, returning back to my topic, once you will come across those enemies with damage, high defense, damage absorption, your default armor penetration, it's not going to cut it, as they say. You would have to rely upon something additional, whether it be your constellations that can reduce enemies' defense even further, or your skills that your character might or might not have. The key word here is you have to search for those tools that is going to allow you to reduce enemies' defense even further. Okay, let me focus for a bit. Yeah, everything else dies pretty quickly. It's just that reflective monster got the better part of me when it comes to surprise attacks. You see, you can attack them even when you haven't realized that he has something nasty on him, like reflect in this case. And this has led to my ghoulish hunger activation as well as some unfortunate demise. Which is the next thing that I have to say about pierce damage. Being a part of physical damage, you saw that you are going to be vulnerable against reflect. No matter if you decide to have at your disposal constellations like Solemn Watcher as well as Owl, which can and will reduce total damage that you are going to be taking back from those enemies. Your health pool is still going to deplete pretty rapidly. Sadly, you cannot counter it with any way. The only option for you is to wait on ultimate difficulty until their aura is going to run off. And this is your signal to attack them with full force. Whoops, I clicked on the wrong stuff. Alright, let's get back to the Devil's Crossing.
Any luck? Well,
And now I need to speak with John Bourbon.
you're back. What am I? You follow the.
I can check what they have to offer in terms of resistance components. Poison and acid, vitality, and some pierce. So they cannot offer to you anything related to what you call it, fire damage or elemental resistances. But not to worry, we will eventually fix this stuff later. Alright, now I wish to explain the same thing that I just did when it comes to pierce damage on Russian language. Так, что касается проникающего урона, опять же, хотелось бы заострить на этом внимание, так как, с моей точки зрения, понимание основ в нем это то, что позволит вам, на что вы будете опираться и решите в конечном итоге, создавать вам персонажа, основанного на этом типе урона, или же нет. Что касается проникающего урона, то, как я уже говорил ранее и повторюсь снова, если вы будете находить предметы, оружие, броню, ювелир, кольца, амулеты, которые будут иметь физический урон, но не будут иметь высокие показатели проникающего урона, то сила вашего персонажа все равно возрастет, так как проникающий урон — это часть физического урона. То есть не всегда можно находить лучшую часть экипировки, и особенно в таких экшен-РПГ играх, где она падает случайным образом. Поэтому в этом плане можете не переживать, даже в плане созвездий, в плане способностей, которые повышают ваш физический урон, сила персонажа все равно возрастет. Также то, что позволит вам облегчить игру, это способность пробивать броню. То есть есть такие типы урона, как, например, внутренние травмы. Они игнорируют полностью любую броню на цели. К сожалению, проникающий урон не работает не так. Он игнорирует только часть брони. Но даже это позволит вам быстро расправляться с теми врагами, даже на ранних этапах игры, такими как гниющие солдаты, горящие углестражи. Они по большей части обладают высоким показателем брони, но с помощью вашего пробивания брони, встроенного проникающий урон, вы с ними расправитесь довольно быстро. Дальнейшим образом ситуация изменится немного не в вашу пользу. То есть будут появляться враги, обладающие более высоким показателем защиты. И вы, в свою очередь, должны будете уменьшать их показатель, либо же способностями, снижающие с вашего персонажа, снижающие их показатель защиты, либо же с созвездий. То есть одно из двух. Опять же, как пример, храмовники, скелеты электрические, огненные и так далее и тому подобное, которых вы встретите в ступенях мучений, в подгороде Арковии. То есть там они обитают в больших количествах, и они-то как раз используют на себя эту ауру, которая не позволит вам с ними быстро расправляться. И тут я уже сказал, какие у вас есть опции, а не же возможности. Что касается следующего, это то, что вы могли видеть недавно, то есть уязвимость. Любые физические персонажи, проникающие, внутренние травмы, чистый физический урон, они уязвимы к механике отражения урона. Что вы могли заметить, на сложности Абсолют, она же Ultimate на английском, возведено до каких-то запредельных значений. То есть вы не можете... А то, что случилось там конкретно, я не заметил, что Краб имел механику отражения, потому что когда он лез из земли, ну то есть тотем ему как бы создавал в кавычках, не было написано, каким эффектом он обладает. Поэтому я потерял значительную часть хп, голод гуля прокнул и так далее и тому подобное. То есть в идеале я бы его не стал атаковать вообще, пока у него не пропала бы эта аура. Даже позволил бы другим монстрам атаковать меня в ответ. Безнаказанно. Плюс не забывайте то, что я вам говорил по поводу клинков, которые крутятся и атакуют сами по себе. Чтобы их контролировать, используйте команду питомцы в атаку. Потому что иначе они будут атаковать любого врага с отражением, с включенной аурой, без, которая находится наиболее близко к вам. Немножко повышу показатель искусности, так как навык атаки у меня поднят не самым лучшим образом для этой сложности. Но опять же, здесь мне такой до получения более лучшей экипировки, а также других компонентов, мне нужно будет больше полагаться на печать. Я уже говорил на английском, то есть, повторюсь, на русском. Печать, вторая ее модификация, она дает напрямую проникающий урон, прибавку ко всему урону, прибавку к критическому урону. Стихийный и огненный ответный урон там меня не интересует вообще. Они есть, на каких-то персонажей они могут быть полезны, но я сосредотачиваюсь именно на тех типах или на тех механиках, вокруг которых я строю своего персонажа. Я уже говорил и повторюсь еще раз, все дополнительные типы урона, вокруг которого вы не строите своего персонажа, полезны только на первой сложности. Чем выше сложность, так как враги получают большую защиту, никаких преимуществ вы в них не увидите. То есть это относится к холоду ночи у клинка. Само по себе он бьет уроном холода. Это относится к вихре смерти, который также бьет и кровотечением. То есть они есть, но никаких преимуществ значимых от них можете не ждать. Так, теперь перейду опять же на английский, и хотелось бы пояснить побольше за английском и потом на русском те участки карты, которые вы можете использовать, если вам нужно будет фармить какие-то компоненты для крафта, тех же самых реликвий, защитных предметов, что, на мой взгляд, является большим приоритетом, чем те же реликвии. И так далее и тому подобное. То есть, какие зоны вы можете использовать для достижения этих целей. Опять же, на третьей сложности, если вам персонаж позволяет, потому что, как вы помните, на предыдущих подсказках вам пишет сама игра, что вы... Ну, то есть она пишет, что вы не будете получать опыт, и с убийства монстров намного ниже вашего уровня, и увеличивать опыт с дружественными фракциями, либо с вражественными, но также вы не будете получать и какие-то компоненты, необходимые для создания предметов. В отличие от последней сложности, где даже в самой первой, кавычка, в самом первом акте, вы все равно можете, убивая обычных зверей, нежить и так далее, набирать с них какие-то предметы. Alright, now I have explained Pierce damage type on Russian language and everything, well, for the most part, the stuff that is connected with it when it comes to useful tips. I would like to emphasize I would like you to pay close attention to the stuff that I'm going to say right now when it comes to those territories which you can utilize on 3rd difficulty to acquire components that you are going to be used to craft some useful defensive augments, to craft some relics, although I think personally that defensive augments outvalues relics when it comes to the stuff that you should prioritize before you're going on to the higher difficulties, as well as the other components that you are going to find useful. First and foremost, I'm going to emphasize why on 3rd difficulty, excuse me, called Ultimate and not on previous 2 ones. Well, there will be a case in point that the game actually warns you about in its tooltip advice when it comes to enemies or your character outleveling your enemies by a lot. The game says that you are not going to receive any experience from them, as well as any faction experience, whether it be friendly or enemy faction. But the game doesn't tell you that also you are not going to receive any key items for them. For instance, craft items like crafting materials or just some parts of the components. On ultimate difficulty, situation is completely different. You can utilize some areas, even at the quote-unquote earlier act, like first one before you will defeat Warden Creek, to farming purposes. And I am going to say that some of those zones are way better than the others, and depending on what are you specifically aiming for. First, I should emphasize that for the most part, those zones that I'm going to name right now are pretty useful, because they are going to allow you to accumulate or acquire, and that's the better way to put it, enough components to be able to craft useful relics, end game ones, not early game ones, useful relics, as well as magical augments. Alright, let's continue onwards.
That skill's not ready.
For instance, and you definitely going to need them in vast quantities, especially if you haven't thoroughly explored other parts of the map during your campaign playthrough and you were just sticking to your main and optional quest without checking if there's anything hidden, if you had missed hidden spoils chest or some particular enemies here or there. The very first component that you will come across is going to be, that is pretty useful, is ether shards. Those little green crystals? They can be dropped and will be dropped in vast quantities in areas later down the line, in Warden Creek Laboratory, in the zones that is connected with it. Like for a one run, if I'm not mistaken, you can accumulate up to 15 to 18 ether shards. That's the first area which you can utilize. The second area which you can utilize to be able to get components that is needed for your relics, or that is needed for your defensive magical components and augments, are broken heals. You will find that even on lower difficulties, you might recall that right there the density of elite monsters are pretty high, and you can utilize it to farm dense first, to farm additional stuff that I have just described. But mainly this area is useful, like I told you before, because of the density of the elite that you will fight there. Who knows, perhaps you even lacked the necessary, how should I call it, perhaps you lack some of the infamy with beasts, and you want to use it as a way to finally become nemesis with them, as well as eventually face against Chupacabra. Although I doubt it if you explore thoroughly every nook and cranny of the map, but this is the topic for another, like, this is another subject. When it comes to next few areas that I recommend for you to check, those are going to include Blood Grove, Darkvale Gate, as well as Village of Darkvale. Why those specific areas? Well, because they are going to be highly populated, quote-unquote, with occultists, with cultists of Cthon, and they are going to drop those Cthonic Seals of Binding, which similarly to Ether Shard is useful if your purpose is to craft the good relics, especially like endgame ones. Well, hello from Chisinau, from Moldova, which is European country. We are currently doing well, so to speak. We are still on the quarantine. The amount of people that are going to has been infected is slowly, I wouldn't say drastically, but slowly moving upwards. But we at least we have some positive news, because we had managed to celebrate Easter, and I hope you had done the same in Canada. So happy Easter, and I welcome you to the stream. We basically haven't went out and go into the churches to be able to, like, beforehand, before the Easter has started, because this is a tradition that sadly quarantine has broke a little bit, but nonetheless we had managed to celebrate it in the family circle, or at least those who have their relatives living with them, so on and so forth. When it comes to the game-specific stuff, the stuff that I am doing, I am currently trying to recommend to the players those areas that they can utilize to be able to acquire necessary components for crafting stuff, whether it be defense, offense, or just accumulate enough quantities of them for anything that they want to use them for. But yeah, generally our situation here is not getting a hell of a lot better compared to the previous stuff that had occurred once our rulers, quote-unquote, decided to lock us down at the quarantine. So slowly but surely it's getting a little bit worse day by day, sadly. But I genuinely hope that over time it is going to be fixing itself. So when it comes to Wow, that's a little bit... I would imagine this is a little bit stressful when it comes to your job, especially in those circumstances.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, relieve some stress. Yeah, when it comes to those areas, like I told you before, Warden Creek's Laboratory, Drowned Cellar, you know, full of ether shards. The next one would be Broken Hills for a purpose of acquiring dense fur, and those areas that are going to have in it vast quantities of those cultists, who will provide you a lot of those chronic hills of biting, are Bloodgrove territory, Darkwale Gate, Village of Darkwale Gate. I wouldn't try and search for those cultists in Clanic Rifts or in any other places, just because in... Let's say yes, you will encounter them in Necropolis, right? But usually they are fighting against Ethereals, and they are not going to be... They are not going to have the same numbers compared to those areas that I listed previously. So this is why I strongly emphasize that if you wish to accumulate enough of those components that I listed previously, once again, Ether Shards, Tonic Seals of Binding, Dense Furs, or just increase your infamy a bit, you can utilize those areas other than anything else. And also do not forget that you can come across monster totems here or there, which, if you remember previously, I had discussed the fact that they are useful for you if you are missing a lot of blueprints, if you wish to increase your friendly faction reputation, or just search for a specific items, because do not forget that killing elites in vast quantities can increase indirectly the chance of finding something useful for your build. It doesn't drop any better in multiplayer. I mean, the chance with which you can come across certain items, like rare items, legendary ones, or components, are going to be dropping with the same value, with the same number. So it's not like in multiplayer the chance is going to slightly increase. Alright, so I visited this cellar. I think I also should go for the cave beyond. Once I will clean those slits. Those deep mire evocators, warriors. Also, one useful advice that I can give to you is, if you already had finished your constellation build and you want to save as much as possible, as much components as possible, for the purpose of crafting something better in terms of equipment or any other items, I would advise you to not restore those shrines in the second half of Elite difficulty or in Ultimate difficulty, even though they are going to give you rare items which you can sell. But do not forget that by restoring them, you are using those components that you have previously found, come across by along the way. So to save them, you definitely can just pass by those ruined shrines and let them hang in there. Once again, only if you do not have vast quantities of those components that I have described, or you don't mind using them at all, just for the sake of doing a little bit of farming runs later down the line.
I can't do that yet.
Oh, I need to sell some stuff. Yep. Wait, isn't he? Yeah, I also can complete the second quest, which requires for me to speak with this lady. Also, do not forget the stuff that I said previously on higher difficulties. Not only the amount of HP, experience that you are going to receive is that much higher compared to elite and normal one, but your friendly faction experience and negative faction experience is going to accumulate faster than before. So if your character allows you, by allows I mean if your defense offense allows you to withstand and as well as deal with those enemies on higher difficulties, withstand their damage and deal with them quite quickly, I would not suggest you to stick to your early difficulties and with the purpose of trying to farm as much as possible friendly faction experience or infamy. Yeah, sadly the values on those items are a little bit low, just because it is a chest dedicated to cold damage builds, not to pierce damage. Well, here's the thing. Let's answer your question one by one. If you have completed normal difficulty and you have managed to accumulate good amounts of offensive ability resistances, at least up until 80% or a little bit over cap, and defensive ability, you can try elite difficulty, and if you are cruising through it, meaning that if you are dealing more than enough damage to your enemies as well as they are not dealing high amounts of damage to you, that means that your character is more than ready to go on to elite difficulty, and you will gain more, you will gain the experience there faster, whether it be from quests, friendly faction experience, or infamy experience. When it comes to your second question, should you play normal or veteran? Here's the thing: veteran is the optional function for you to increase the difficulty of normal mode. It is going to allow you to encounter more elites along the way, but I wouldn't advise you to turn this on unless you want extra challenge, because the amount of experience that you'll receive is going to stay the same. On higher difficulties like elite or ultimate, there is no such thing as elite veteran or ultimate veteran. You will be playing without this additional function included or not. So this is what I will recommend to you. So if you want extra challenge on normal difficulty, you can try and play it with veteran included, but nothing drastically will change in terms of how faster you are going to gain experience or how faster you will going to accumulate useful items or gather useful items from those monsters that you are killing. Yeah, pretty much it. Wait, I still need to sell additional items. I accidentally replaced it with mine. Cutthroat's Redeemer, Waistguard of the Badger. Pierce damage, but with very low amounts of resistances. And with no bonuses. Okay, I'm selling it. And also returning back to your question, you said like, if you are going to stick to normal difficulty up until the point where you are going to feel ready to move to higher ones, you can utilize this chance to accumulate reputation points, you know, with friendly or enemy faction, but do keep in mind that the process of gaining it will be very slow. The only way that I can recommend you to do it is, like I said, just to be able to accumulate good amount of resistances, offensive ability, defensive ability. Okay, selling all of this extra stuff that I don't need, those rifles. %54 pierce damage compared to 95. I think it's obvious why I'm not willing to pick this up. So many shields. By the way, my take on shields, in case you haven't seen previous parts of the stream or any other VOD videos where I explain my take on it, I still think that shields should be nerfed a little bit when it comes to how much they are giving to you in terms of defense. I always give this an example. Oh, and welcome to the stream. I appreciate that. Thank you for joining our group of followers. So I'm always giving you viewers this example. When I was playing my very first character. Oh, and also thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate this as well. The thing that you are going to do is going to directly go towards the improvement of visual and audio quality of live streams, as well as any edited videos that I'm going to upload to YouTube channel. Yeah, like returning back to the, the shields, right? When I was playing on, I believe it happened on elite difficulty, I had come across upon the shield, which not only had given me a good amount of physical damage, internal trauma damage, but it also giving me like 50% of elemental resistances and 45% of chaos resistances. Plus, on top of it, it gives like some bonuses to skills. I think it was like plus cadence or something like that. And it was once again elite shield. It wasn't the mythical version, which you will come across later down the line when you finish your elite difficulty or at the beginning of ultimate. So from my point of view, defense is a little bit overwhelming on the shields. Personally, I haven't played with the shield myself. Perhaps any shield user is going to suffer, at least when it comes to his damage output. Although, on a strong emphasis here, like I checked recently some YouTube videos, like builds, the guys who are playing with the shield, to say that they are suffering from damage, from lack of damage, it's not the case, not at all. I checked like Shield Breaker, I also checked the Commando with the shields as well, and the Warlords with the shield. None of them suffered from any lack of damage whatsoever. On top of it, they also have ridiculous amount of defense. So once again, from the point of view of defense, my take on it, they should reduce it a little bit. Selling some stuff, selling more scepters. Yeah, this is the other example, although it's not the perfect take on it. 23 elemental, 31 pierce, 67 defensive ability, good amount, like 1200 health, internal trauma damage, bonuses to skills, Blitz, Reaping Strike, and Shattering Smash. I believe it's from a soldier. Skill tree. See, the thing is that this plus 66 defensive ability on top what this shield already has in case you are not familiar with defensive ability or offensive ability, I'm going to explain to you what does this mean. Having more defensive ability is going to allow you to take less damage from any type of attack, as long as your resistances are on point, of course. Additionally, you will lower enemies' chance of hit you, and you will lower their chance of critically strike you with any type of attack.
Iron well spent.
Yeah, personally, I haven't played Warlord myself, but from the point of view of other people, especially those who have already tested this character out, they say that he has no problems of going through the content, at least from the point of view of main campaign. I do not know about Shattered Realm stuff or Crucible, because I haven't tried those modes yet myself. I am going to be delving with those additional modes with this character, and I'm willing to release later on the edited video about it. From not necessarily discussing this mode, but mainly discussing the advantages of and disadvantages of melee character in those modes. When it comes to my starting character, when I just started to play this game, because this is not my first one, I started to play this game as well as stream and figuring out the mechanics. It was Death Knight with a two-hander and spammable force wave. But the type of damage around which I had built my character was physical and eternal trauma damage.
That skill's not
Okay. Wait a second, I haven't visited the cave, haven't I? Yep, I totally forgot about it. With all of this explanation, I need to pay a little bit more attention to where I have been and where I haven't been already.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, you mean the stats that I have currently upon my items, right? So, and the stuff that I am just selling on those items, on rare ones, which are greens, like you just mentioned, I'm looking first and foremost to have as much physical damage and pierce damage as possible, as well as resistances. Plus, I would like to have more armor than I already have on those pieces of equipment. Additionally, some bonuses are nice to have, like a cherry on top. For instance, most of my gear that I have on me right now is the stuff that I bought from friendly factions. For instance, this Elite Coven Combatants chest guard I bought from Coven. I haven't picked it up by myself. Same thing with those shoulders. And I believe the helmet as well is the stuff that I had bought from Forgotten Gods. Yes, this is the key difference here. Some purple items, which are legendary distinction, are better than rare ones, but usually they are, like, the good purple items are hard to come across by, no matter with what character you are playing. For instance, my build that I had theory crafted by myself, and that you can see, like the exact skill points allocation, the exact magical component and items, you can type the command called !build, and by clicking on Green Tools link, you will see the stuff that I had managed to theory craft, so to speak. And this build includes purple items, but right now I haven't come across any useful legendaries for my build.
That skill's not ready.
But if I were to return back to your question, like, isn't legendary items better than rare ones? Yes, but only some of them. Only ones who are directly useful, like the ones who are useful for your build. Because majority of legendary items that I and you also in your playthrough will come across by are going to be for other type of damage or for any other builds other than your own. It's just the way how random drop works in ARPGs. You cannot influence it legally by game options. I have some legendary right now with me. I have this epic, this legendary medal called Direwolf Crest, which also the same version, the same medal, although its mythical variety is going to be included in is already included in my build. So far, I haven't come across the Nemesis bosses right now. The Nemesis boss being Valderan the Storm Scourge. But I have come across multiple elites over there. That's a lot of rare items. Okay, so the cave has been cleared, and this is the time to move on to the next area.
That skill's not ready.
By the way, when it comes to starting classes, I would say that personally, I think this is a matter of preference. Don't get me wrong, that there are some classes which can help you tremendously at the beginning stages of the game. Like they can help you acquire better items or easier, or they can help you figure out the mechanics of this game without you dying that often. But in the end, it always comes down to the player's choice, because even the most recommended class for this game, called Death Knight, that 99% of folks are advising to beginner players, he is still going to have some strengths and weaknesses. It's not like he's a powerhouse who doesn't care about anything that's happening through the game. He's all around a good character to start with, to get a certain amount of gear with him. And that's pretty much it.
That skill's not ready.
No, I'm keeping both the rare ones and the monster infrequent items. So both of those options has been toggled on. Alright, let's open up this chest and free up this merchant.
That skill's not ready.
So let me explore the right side area first before going into the next cave. I'm also using the, I don't know if you are familiar, but I'm using the mod called Grim Internals, you know, the thing that allows me to highlight my HP bar, enemies HP bar, debuff icons on me and on them. Auto pick up lore notes, rare items, blueprints, components, plus the main reason for me to use this mod is this graph called incoming DPS. It shows to what damage type my character is most vulnerable to, and I can play around my strong points and weak points more effectively. Because let's say I do not wish to have an overwhelming amount of physical resistance, or pierce, I can reshuffle my defensive components in favor of something else. You can play this game without this mod, but it's just a little bit harder, especially if you want to understand the mechanics, because in-game, like, in-game explanation, it's a little bit on the limited side. You are not going to get the same information from it. Oh, you can, basically, you can type it. I usually going to leave in the description like how to mod that I'm using, with leaving a link that you can click on and you can download it. But you can also type in Google like Grim Internals mod, and there you will see the official forum website. You can click on it. The archive is going to start downloading. You unpack the archive and its containment in the main folder of the game, and then you launch the game not necessarily with the game icon, but with the Grim Internals 64 icon. And in game itself, you can press Ctrl F5, and then you will see every option that this mod provides. You can turn some of them off, some of them on. So it's not gonna require from you some elaborate installation process. Just download, unpack it, and you're good to go. Grim Internals. I can type you in chat how exactly it is called. So this stuff, Grim Internals. This mod is fully updated to be able to go hand in hand with the latest patch version. The person who is responsible for this mod is constantly updating him in terms of some... well, I mean, when the new patch in game comes out, the new patch for this mod is going to come out, and you just have to re-download it again. It's not going to happen that often, like probably once in a couple of months when new patch is going to come out, and that's it. But like I said, it's fully compatible with every version of the game.
That skill's not ready.
Alright, let's go onwards.
Can't do that. That skill's not ready.
Right, while clearing this cave, I would like to also explain some information when it comes to gear setup, like where you can buy the gear. Once again, emphasize some of the key factions which you can utilize. First, I would want to explain it in Russian language and then in English language. For me, like I said at the beginning of the stream, it's no problem to speak, answer, and comment on both languages. So in case you feel that I have missed something, you can freely ask it or type it in chat. Что касается экипировки, которую вы можете покупать и использовать, если вы играете за персонажей, основанных на физическом либо проникающем уроне. Вам, как я уже говорил ранее, повторюсь, что касается в плане фракций в оригинальной кампании, следует обратить внимание на Черный Легион. Да, фракции как Перекресток Дьявола, Бродяги, Усадьба и в какой-то мере Изгнанница, если мы говорим про присыпки, они будут продавать вам полезные предметы, но обычно они идут с чем-то дополнительным, то есть то, в чем вы не нуждаетесь. К примеру, играйте за физический урон, а там будет еще дополнительно урон внутренними травмами, а у вас там, допустим, проникающий урон. Или, например, урон хаосом, или урон здоровью, огнем, стихийным и так далее и тому подобное. То есть, если еще не набрали определенный уровень репутации с Черным Легионом, то да, спокойно используйте даже те неоптимальные, скажем так, части предметов, которые вы смогли купить. Однако, если вы набрали, то тогда да, ваш выбор, скорее всего, идет в сторону Черного Легиона. Это что касается основной кампании. Также не следует забывать, что в плане соотношения сопротивления, особенно к эфиру и хаосу, с экипировкой Черного Легиона, с моей точки зрения, для физических персонажей не сравнится никакая из них. Хотя тут следует уточнить, что любые части предметов, которые вы покупаете у фракционных торговцев, то есть у дружественных фракций, они значительно превосходят в плане атаки или защиты те предметы, которые вы собрали по ходу дела, то есть с врагов, с боссов, с сундуков и так далее. Есть исключения, но по большей части, как я и сказал, они их намного превосходят. Что касается дополнений, то есть первое дополнение Пепел Мальмута, тут ситуация такая, что по большей части в плане лучшего выбора тут бесспорно лидирует сопротивление Мальмута для физических персонажей, персонажей внутренних травм и персонажей с проникающим типом урона. Шабаш ведьм, то есть убежище ведьм и могильный холм, да, у них есть полезная экипировка, но тут, как и в случае с фракциями из оригинальной кампании, всегда идет с чем-то дополнительным. В забытых богах все немного не так радужно, как хотелось бы. Там во всех культах, культ Салаэля, Дрига или Бисмаэля, все идет в разнобой. То есть, да, есть полезные предметы, но они идут с чем-то дополнительным. К примеру, вот этот шлем, на нем есть внутренние травмы. Хотя он и дает высокий показатель физического урона в процентном соотношении и урона внутренними травмами. И проникающим уроном. То есть во втором дополнении тут нужно будет смотреть именно на ваш выбор. Нашли что-то интересное для себя от них, тогда спокойно можете покупать. Но еще раз повторюсь, то есть это не просто-напросто рекомендация. То есть я не призываю вас к тому, что вы должны закупать эти предметы только у определенных фракций, особенно если вы не прокачали с ними репутацию. Если вы не набрали нужный уровень репутации. То есть вот так, то есть мое мнение, как я еще раз повторил вкратце, основная кампания это Черный Легион. Первое дополнение это сопротивление Мальмута, а второе дополнение тут уже на ваше усмотрение, потому что там идет очень сильный разброс по этим предметам. Кому-то может нужно для определенных билдов, кому-то вообще не нужно, то есть там смотрите на ваше усмотрение. Конкретно я ничего там порекомендовать не могу, разве что уточню, что физический и проникающий урон больше встречается у культов Салаэля, у культов Дрига и Бисмаэля идет все-таки упор на урон ядом, либо же урон холодом. Так, мне с ним надо справиться. Теперь то же самое расскажу на английском. Alright, so when it comes to items that you are going to buy from your friendly faction, if you decide to play physical builds, no matter if it's internal trauma based or pierce damage based, I would say that the best option in main campaign at least it's Black Legion. Yes, there are such factions like Devil's Crossing, like Homestead, Rovers, and to a certain degree Outcast, you know, if you'd like to buy from her the blueprint, not the blueprints, the magical augments and some components. But the best value when it comes to offense and defense, especially against Ether and Chaos, because this is without a doubt the best faction that can improve your resistances against those damage types, is no doubt Black Legion. It's not to say that I'm trying to force you to buy the equipment only from them. I am just telling you that once you will reach the necessary level of reputation with them and you want to see any means with which you can increase the strength of your character, Black Legion should be your priority. With any other factions, while they still can provide to you something useful, it's always going to come with something additional in terms of damage type that you sadly not going to benefit from, especially in higher difficulties. I am going to give you the example of it. For instance, let me just get rid of those Deep Mire Warriors, and then I'm going to specify those examples. So for you to get the better understanding of those additional damage types that I am trying to highlight. This Elite Coven Combat Chest Guard, it has physical damage, that's good. It has Spears damage, percent based, as well as physical. But it also has internal trauma damage, which I am not receiving any kind of results in terms of improving my strength. Similarly to that, we also have Elite Soleil Combatant Cask that I had bought from Forgotten Gods DLC, from Cult of Soleil. While it has physical and pierce damage, it also has internal trauma damage, and I am not building my character around any internal trauma damage type, whether it be skills or constellations. Similar to that works the second DLC, well, first one, excuse me, called Ashes of Melmoth. In Ashes of Melmoth, you have the access to three factions: Melmoth Resistance, Coven's Refuge, and Barrowholm. The best go-to options for you, I would think, is definitely Melmoth Resistance. Coven's Refuge and Barrowholm works similarly to this with their equipment that I just described, meaning that they have something additional on it from which you are not going to benefit greatly. Forgotten Gods, which is the second DLC, the situation there is a little bit on a lackluster side from my point of view, meaning that 3 cults with which you will going to trade in terms of equipment, as well as complete their quest line, so on and so forth, they are always going to give you the equipment with some additional damage type. I would like to only emphasize, and you need to decide what you want to buy from them when it comes to their equipment specifically. I can only recommend to you, I can only say to you that physical and pierce damage, you will encounter it more often, as well as internal trauma, from Cult of Soleil. Cult of Beastmail and Dreek mostly specializes their equipment in poison and acid damage, as well as cold damage, cold and frostburn. Alright, so I had managed to come all the way here. Let's speak with you. Accept your quest line. Oh, I totally forgot that I need to complete this quest as well. Yep. How's my reputation with Devil's Crossing doing? Still long way to go before I will reach the Revere status with them. Yeah, when it comes to main campaign, like I said before, you should definitely prioritize Black Legion. First DLC, Ashes of Melmoth, Melmoth Resistance, and second DLC, called Forgotten Gods. Well, there you basically will encounter most physical damage items, as well as internal trauma damage or pierce from Cult of Soleil. Cult of Dreek and Beastmail are going to sell you mostly poison and acid damage items related, or cold and frostburn damage.
Come see what's left of my wares. Mine well spent.
Yeah, I think I need to put everything extra in the stash right now,
Safe storage, no questions.
as well as those health potions, which I don't need, plus those slit necklaces. Yeah, this stuff, this purple thing, is you cannot sell it, and you can only drop it or transfer it into your personal stash, because otherwise I would definitely get rid from it. You could utilize it for the sake of completing quests, whether it be main ones or optional ones on higher difficulties, but chances are you are going to stumble upon those quest items yet again on higher ones, and you do not need the stuff that you have collected before. Alright, I think that this is going to be it, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to today's stream. I'm getting to the end of it already, and I'm willing to do a sort of a closure when it comes to the end game stuff. I mean, the ending of the stream stuff. I will also going to specify that if you wish to check the precise schedule of the stream, whether it be my Grim Dawn stream or my brother's stream for the game called Shin Megami Tensei, you can check the schedule graph here on Twitch page channel, or you can do it on one of our social links, Facebook or Twitter or Instagram related. Additionally, when it comes to Grim Dawn stuff, I would highly recommend you to check other parts of the playthrough or this character playthrough in case you miss it and you want to see how exactly I had reached this point. On YouTube channel, link to it you'll find in the description. Additionally, if you wish to know more about the game mechanics, especially the stuff that I described on the stream, like bosses, dangerous attacks, how you can dodge them, defensive parameters, and different stages of the game, what you need to have as soon as possible, what you can neglect for a certain period of time, optional areas in main campaign, in what order it is good to visit them, tips and tricks for caster gameplay, as well as how you can destroy efficiently those monster totems, which we have come across multiple times during the stream, and elite and ultimate tips and tricks, discussing what exactly changes on those difficulties, such as bosses are going to have more attack speed, casting and movement speed, plus their phases of the fight will be slightly different for some of them. You can check all of this in its separate playlist on this YouTube channel that I just recommend to you, called Grim Dawn Beginner Friendly Tips and Tricks. Also, do not forget that you can stay up to date to everything that is stream related or edited videos related if you decide to follow on one of our social media pages, because usually there we post the fresh news when it comes to the games that we are going to play live on stream or edited videos that we are working upon. Additionally, do not forget that you can support us during the stream, whether it be me or my brother, with cheers, bits, and tips, or by Streamlabs donation, or becoming a or subscribing, as well as becoming a Patreon. Each and every one of you who are willing to become a Patreon are going to receive unique perks and bonuses, like early access to edited videos, Q&A videos, your name is going to be mentioned in future edited videos with a personal gratitude. Plus, you're going to see some behind the scenes content which were cut from the final edited video project. With all that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again thank you for your attention, thank you for participation in chat, once again thank you Diziel for subscribing, thank you for following, I appreciate that, I'm going to wish you guys all the best, take care of yourselves, take care of the health of your relatives especially, and of your health. I am going to see you on the next stream. I'm going to say the conclusion that I just did on Russian language, but for those who understand and speak English, I wish you all the best, and bye guys, until the next stream. Итак, дамы и господа, спасибо, что смотрели, спасибо тем, кто смотрел этот стрим, неважно, смотрели вы с начала, середины или ближе к концу, вам всегда здесь рады, я всегда отвечу на любые ваши вопросы, прокомментирую то, что вы хотели сказать, или, возможно, начну с вами какую-то дискуссию, которая будет интересна. Если вы хотите узнать точное расписание моих стримов по Гримдону, либо же расписание моего брата по его игре Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, вы можете это сделать здесь, на Twitch-канале, внизу, либо же под графой расписания, либо же на одной из наших соцсетей, Facebook или Twitter, YouTube в секции обсуждения, так как мы используем один и тот же канал, но стримим в разные дни. К тому же вы можете посмотреть другие части прохождения за этого персонажа, либо же за других персонажей, если вам интересно, как я пришел к этому моменту. Также я вам настоятельно рекомендую посмотреть видео, если вы хотите больше разобраться в механике игры, которые я сделал. Они все находятся в отдельном плейлисте видео для новичков с полезными советами по Гримдону. Там обсуждаются такие аспекты, как опасные атаки боссов, как от них уворачиваться, защитные компоненты на разных стадиях в начале игры, то есть что вам следует иметь в первую очередь, чем вы можете пренебречь до определенного времени. Опциональные зоны в основной кампании, в каком порядке их следует посещать, некоторые советы по геймплею за персонажей дальнего боя, плюс по наиболее легкому разрушению тотемов монстров. Также для тех, кто интересуется более сложными уровнями, такими как Элита и Абсолют, есть также видео, где я обсуждаю изменения, которые коснулись поведения боссов. Больше скорость атаки, передвижение, скорость чтения заклинаний, и у некоторых из них изменились фазы драк, то есть первая или вторая и также третья. Не забывайте, что для того, чтобы оставаться в курсе всех следующих событий, вы можете подписаться на одни из наших соцсетей, Facebook, Twitter или Instagram. Обычно там мы выкладываем все те игры, которые мы будем проходить вживую, либо те проекты видеомонтажные, над которыми мы работаем. Плюс вы, как я уже говорил, во время стримов можете поддержать этот канал не напрямую с помощью Cheers, Bits, Tipsов, либо же напрямую несколькими способами. Подписка через Streamlabs, либо подписка на Twitch канал. Также вы можете стать патреоном. Если вы согласились стать патреоном, тогда вы получите ранний доступ к монтажному видео без рекламы. Ваше имя будет упомянуто с личными благодарностями в конце каждых видео. Плюс вы получите доступ к видео, будут оформляться видео вопрос-ответ с вашим участием. И будете иметь доступ к какому-то вырезанному контенту, естественно, тоже в монтажное видео, который не вошел в финальный продукт. Это все идет напрямую на улучшение визуальной части, на улучшение аудиочасти, самих трансляций вживую и на улучшение качества видео. Также со всем вышеперечисленным я Еще раз благодарю всех вас за внимание. Я желаю вам всего самого наилучшего. Берегите себя и своих близких, берегите свое здоровье. А мы увидимся с вами на следующем стриме. Всем пока, ребята!